Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Florida versus Donna Adelson. We are in day 6 of actual trial, day 9 if you're counting the jury selection. Thank you. Just want to double check. How's everybody doing today? Woke's joke. What color cardigan will we see today, folks? I'm guessing powder blue. Well, let's go back to. Let's see. That was the white one. What all cardigans have we seen? That's funny. JRN going to cause trouble on Mike's page. Carol, good morning to you. Jennifer, good morning to you. Sharon saying good morning. Kathy, let's see, hold on. Seagate, morning to the kiddies too. Kathy, when did she suddenly need headphones? She's always needed them. The judge said, please, he must have said at least, Judge Everett must have said at least 3 or 4 times yesterday, please make sure that you put your headphones on so that you don't miss any evidence, because she took them off quite often. And we do have a feed, so I'm going to put that on. So let me go to this. We'll put our feed on just in case they come in. Because sometimes they do that. Jim Stewie, morning everybody. Can't chat much today, working, but we'll be lurking. Very good, very good. Angelique, good morning to you. Richard in the kitchen, are you seeing the feed now? I know you said you didn't quite see it. Sharon, perfect music. Yes, it is good. Green-eyed cat saying good morning. Mike, it really keeps us updated about any new trials, and everyone is allowed to give their opinion openly, but they can't abuse or denigrate each other. The law over there, go figure. Yeah, go figure. Mike, where is that? Is that on Facebook or Facebook? Gina saying good morning. Allison, love the music. Fanny, good morning. Good morning all. Hope you are all having a beautiful morning, and may Charlie finish talking for a while. Amanda, the music is always so great. Thank you. Aaron came up with the music, so let's see. 13th juror. I think what started it was Charlie made the TV joke and then it became serious. Yeah, I agree. Willow Johnson saying good morning. Good to see you. Shirley Stanley, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Little Lulu. Wendy talked about her during her testimony in one of her trials. Let's see. You guys are having a conversation that I missed there. Melissa saying good morning. She kind of reminds me of an older Talia Shire. Adrian. Richard, okay, good. Yeah, so Richard, just so you know, I go live, I put the disclaimer on, and then I put the thumbnail back on, and then we play some music. So then I play the music, so that's all. Jaren, it's Facebook. Mike is on Facebook. Cool. Grampy saying good morning. Sarah, I'm sorry. I just saw above you Sharon. So Sarah, happy Friday to you, Sarah. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good morning to you. Look at me. Joanne, look at me. JMS, music reminds me of The Godfather. Bing, 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 bing. That's exactly the vibe that we were going for. Suber, is the fretboard black? It is. It's black with pearl inlays. Good catch there. Pammy, where's Pammy? Is Pammy in here? Oh, Pammy, there you go. Mike rules with a wet noodle. That's funny. Mama C, good morning to you. C. Gilmore, good morning from Vancouver. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, yo, Adrian. I saw that movie with my parents in the movie theater. My dad would take me to a lot of movies, but for some reason my mom wanted to go to this one, or we went. Yeah. So I remember it was my mom. I don't know if one of my sisters was. I don't remember if one of my sisters was with me or not, but yeah. Clarinet Girl. A new trial just announced by Judge Lippman, conflict of interest from previous judge. All right, we'll have to check into that. Mary, good morning to you. Hope no more videos or text messages. Yeah, let's see while you guys are coming in. Let's see, Clara King. Donna looks like she dresses off the Goodwill racks. Well, she is being dressed by her defense. She is in jail, so she's kind of at the mercy of whoever dresses her. Richard, yesterday mine got stuck on the musical thumbnail. Okay, refresh and trial had already started. Okay, all right. Yeah, if you guys ever have issues, just hit refresh. YouTube is just YouTube. You know how YouTube is. All right.
Remind you all concerning the cell phones, once again, please have them on mute or turn them off. Also, no cell phones are to be aimed at any of our witnesses or the jurors. Please as well, while we are exchanging witnesses, if you walk out, please remain outside the door until the witness has finished their testimony or we are changing witnesses. Also as well, while the testimony is occurring, there's not to be head shaking and gesturing, anything that would indicate that you are either agreeing or disagreeing with what is taking place. Again, there cannot be any improper influence on the jurors as they are watching and listening to the evidence. Any questions? All right, we're going to have a brief break this morning before we get started, or I should say, before we actually get started. There's going to be about 30 minutes. If you need to stretch your legs, use the phone, get your water, things of that nature, please do it now. You can tell the jurors as well it'll be about 30 minutes.
All right, you heard the judge. You heard Judge Everett 30 minutes before they get started. I would not be happy if I was a juror, because yesterday, I wouldn't be mad at Judge Everett, because this is probably, well, I'm not going to say, but they have snacks, yes. Snacks, the all-important snacks. Well, remember yesterday, there was the issue with the defense, specifically Mr. Zellman, that he was saying that the state brought in evidence and he needed time to review it with his client, which of course is Donna. I should just say Donna. And he was going to do it last night, and then they were going to, she was going to come in at 8:15. The courtroom opened at 8:15, so they were going to come in today at 8:15. Clearly something happened to bump that out now. So Judge Everett told the jurors to report at 8:45, and that we would be going at 9 o'clock. So something happened to now bump that for another 30 minutes. So to me, it's probably the defense needs more time. I'm only guessing and speculating on that. I don't know for sure, but that's what I'm thinking. I know, Lori. They were supposed to settle it beforehand. So okay, so after the jurors were released yesterday, Ms. Kappelman said the next witness is the issue from this morning, meaning this was all yesterday. Mr. Zellman says he needs to talk to the state about Donna's planner, right? So they were going to try and bring in Donna's planner, and then the judge says, well, the courtroom will be open at 8:15. So, that was, I don't know if Donna showed up at 8:15 or not. I have no idea. So, All right, let's see. Let me get here. Shore Life. I wonder if Charlie will be offended if I came into his office, sat in his chair, and put on headphones. Nice. Caffeinated Teacher. You'd think that a better enhanced version of calls would be better, right? Oh. JRN. What inspired? It's not just me. It's a we. So what inspired us to start our own channel?
Because we didn't want to hear people talk over streams, basically.
Yeah. That's let's see. How quickly can I tell? Well, I got 30 minutes, but I'm not going to take all 30 minutes and talk about it. Real briefly. We have a marketing company. Aaron has a marketing company.
We do.
Aaron started it in 2007. I was working. I'm getting way off topic now. Basically, when we're working, before we started this channel, Aaron would always have on either documentaries on true crime or something. I like to listen to music when I work. Aaron likes to have shows on or movies, so she would always have documentaries about true crime. I enjoy it too. It's not like I don't enjoy it, but I just found that I would get sucked into it too much. Whereas music, I can just kind of put on some kind of, lo-fi, beats, and it's all good. So we were watching Karen Reed, not this last time, but 2 years ago, and I was sitting here where I am right now, and Aaron was working elsewhere in the living room, and I was like. I was like, oh my God, did you just hear what Jen McCabe said? And Aaron's like, no, I'm behind. And we discovered that a lot of YouTubers, a lot of creators would like either, talk over or pause and go back or pause and, kind of like, Court TV does that a lot where they pause it, And you guys saw that with the Ali trial. So to me, I just want the raw data. I just want to see what's going on in the courtroom. So we were kicking around ideas one night, and we said, why don't we start our own YouTube channel? And thus, Trial TV Live was born. And initially, we just wanted to have me. I was not on camera. It was just a raw feed. No commentary. We would be in chat for sure, but we wouldn't be on camera. And we did that from, May until November, right before Thanksgiving. And then, I wasn't on camera. We were just chatting and, we were just offering raw feeds. And YouTube, right before Thanksgiving of last year, YouTube demonetized us because they said that we didn't have enough original content, that we were basically just repurposing, streams. So we appealed. 3 months went by. We appealed it. They said, nope, they didn't accept our appeal. So we had to wait 3 months. We got rid of everything. We got rid of all of our content from May until November. And then starting in November, the end of November, really beginning of December, I started to go on and I started to talk. And then that just graduated into giving recaps because, that's what I like to do. And eventually we did get remonetized in end of February, beginning of March. And then here we are. So we basically started this channel because we wanted a YouTube channel that nobody talked on, just gave raw feeds, just gave raw data. And that's really all it was. We just didn't want, we just wanted to just be in the courtroom and just let you guys make your own opinions. So that's how it all started. So, okay to talk between witnesses and during breaks. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do, Mike. That's what we do. Iowa, am I late? No, you are not. They need 30 minutes. So we need about another 25 minutes or so. Yes, Pammy, and the rest is history. That is true. Richard, Karen Reed and AJ appeared on a podcast yesterday. He is also repping her in her civil trial. I didn't know that. Very cool. Shirley Roth, and we love it. Yeah. Shelley, you started with Sarah Boone coverage. Very cool. Caffeinated Teacher, you've struck a great balance. Thank you. We appreciate that. Jennifer, the fact you don't interrupt the trial and do recaps during the breaks is the reason I like you best. Thank you, Jennifer. I'm glad that you guys appreciate that. So, Aussie Gardner and having the best chat ever. Yes. Jags Girl, so happy we conquered YouTube. I agree. Thank you. Fanny, you have the best trial channel as well as the best chat. Very good. When do we get to meet Erin? You are meeting her through the thumbnails, through the music. That's how you are meeting Erin. She is giving her personality through the music that she creates and through the thumbnails that are created, making sure the stream is working, keeping an eye on me because I'm not the most technical of the group. Erin is way more technical than I am in that respect. So, Elizabeth, oh, Alice, it's been a great week. Thank you. Thank you for your $20 donation. Really appreciate that, Alice. Thank you. So let's see. Elizabeth, I watched for the cat antics. Yeah, it's developed into cat antics, that's for sure. In body, nature, came for the trial, stayed for the kitties. Nice. Caffeinated teacher, I found you with Sarah Boone too. Some other channels were just brutal in chat. Really, with Sarah? I could see, what was it, Ashley Benefield. I think people were getting into really bad fights with that. Grampy, more cooking demos. Yeah, I will. I'm going to work this weekend. I'm going to do some, I'm not going to work, but I'm going to cook this weekend. We have a long weekend, and I am going to do some cooking. I'm going to at least film it, Grampy, and then I have to put it together. So look for those soon. Shelley, some creators stop during live trials. Some creators stop during live trials to talk. I'm not a fan of it. I hear you, Shelley. It just got to be too much. You know, I love the analysis. Like we love Peter. Emily, Runkle, Rob. Scott. He's not a lawyer, but I like his input. Melanie. You guys know the group, and there's a time, mentor lawyer, even Joel, I like Joel. He's got some good insight. Courtroom Confidential. I mean, there's some, Gigi, there's some really great content creators out there, and the lawyers that are among them offer, Dr. G with his analysis of body language. We watch them all, and there's a time and a place. There's a time and the place. For me, I just want to watch. I just want the raw data. I want to be like I'm there. I don't want somebody talking over or pausing. I just don't want it. I just don't want it. I want that afterwards. I seek that out afterwards, or before. Whatever the case may be. But while I'm watching it, I just want to watch it, and I just want the raw data. And then at breaks, I think is fine. So we did strike a good balance. I think during the breaks, I'm not just going to sit here. I'm going to recap and interact with you guys and answer your questions as best as I can, and recap and go over what happened. I'm all about education. You guys educate me. I hope that I educate you, and together we grow, and knowledge is a great thing. So. Donna, good morning to you. Good to see you. Michelle, hey, I'm off yesterday and today working on the house for, storm damage. No good. That's not good. Sorry to hear that. Joel is in the courtroom, Mama. Yep, he is. Yeah. Mentor lawyer is there as well. We see him as well. Hey, Joe Schmo is with us. And Joe, you just texted me, I think, right? I'm going to be with Joe. Okay, so between 4 and 5. All right, Joe, send me, let me know exactly when you want me on. So Joe's going to celebrate his 1-year anniversary this Sunday. So I'm going to be helping Joe celebrate along with many other creators I think Joe has on. So join us this Sunday, the 31st. We will be celebrating with Joe on his 1-year anniversary. Jaren, I've been on a lot of channels. This one is by far the best. Oh, thank you guys. That's really nice. Sharon, 1966, good morning to you. Aw, Allie, need this live today. Thanks for being you. Aw, thank you, Allie. I'm always glad that you are with us. It's all right. You don't have to be a Joel fan. No worries. Not everybody is. What's it? We're not pizza. Not everybody is pizza. Sherry, this is the exact reason I stopped watching other channels. I like to watch the trial and then recap. Perfect channel. Thank you. Clarinet Girl coming in with some music tidbits. August 29th, 1964. Roy Orbison releases Oh Pretty Woman. Awesome. And we love music here too, you guys. Kevin, I used to watch the other law channels, and you're right about delaying court stream for narration. This is my second trial on your platform. I like how you run your channel. Respect over all. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. Victoria, I appreciate all the hard work you put into your channel. Thank you. Thank you, you guys. Thank you so much. Outro yesterday was fun. Your expression and exhale after trial ended. I'll have to watch that. I never watch my streams. It's not that I know some people don't like to watch themselves. I don't care about that. I just don't have time, you guys. I just literally just do not have time. Sparkling Princess, I love the not interrupting the live trial every few minutes. You wait until breaks, and that's the best. Let's see. Diet Rick Blackwell, good morning to you. Cheryl saying good morning from Casper, Wyoming. Thank you guys for joining us. Other channels are Ham and Pineapple Pizza. This one is Meat Lovers. Allie, I echo everyone else that I like you don't interrupt the trial to chat. Aw. Thank you, guys. Gina, best recaps, music, Kitty, and chat. We are a big sappy bunch, aren't we? Do we need a group hug? Do we need a group hug? Sinbad. Yes, Aaron's awesome trial playlist. Music is what feelings sound like. Good to see you, Sinbad. Thank you for joining us today. Sinbad, I think it was you. Was it you that asked if I watched Dr. G and Analyzing Wendy? We watched that the other day, so that was really good. Embodied Nature, another main reason I love you is that you're not so heavy-handed on their evil and premature opinion stuff. You at least try to delay and listen before coloring it. I like doing that as well. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much, I grew up, seeing both sides, or seeing all sides, I should say. I see all sides of the story. And sometimes we have clear-cut villains, and other times we don't, That being said, I think people are still people. They're still human. And, I don't necessarily want to just yell and scream at somebody just because they're evil, even though I have my opinions. I tend to keep them in. I might be, screaming at like Stefan Stearns inside, or Lori Daybell. I may be like, but, it is what it is. I know it's emotional, and I try to keep an even keel on that and let justice take its course. Just let justice take its course. And sometimes justice doesn't take its course. Sometimes justice is like with the Ollies, that was like, I did not agree with that verdict at all, but it is what it is. What can we do? They saw the evidence. It's aggravating, I think, and annoying. Or like Adnan, Stephen Avery. I don't know if you guys remember his trial, or Adnan's trial. There's some times where it's just like, what was the jury thinking? But, it is, sometimes you just have to say it is what it is. Oh, Pammy, thank you for the $25 cup of coffee. Thank you so much, Pammy. Pammy is one of our longtime supporters of the channel. So thank you, Pammy. We appreciate that. Trace on the case. Hello to you. Sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, sometimes justice does not go the way you want it to go. That's for sure. Little Lulu, I came over during Ollie from a channel I'd been with a long time that wasn't covering it. I haven't left. The best channel in chat. Aw, thank you. Thank you, you guys. Appreciate that. Oh, Mallory, thank you for your $4.99. Can't remember what trial I found you, but I'm going on 6 months. I love you guys and chat so much. I've had lunch break music stuck in my head since yesterday. Nice. Thank you, Mallory. Yeah, it's good. It's good to see. It's good to see new faces. It's good to see people that have been with us for a while. So you guys are the best. Joanne, Jedi Platypus, one of our fantastic mods, gifted a membership to Cheryl. Cheryl, are you with us? Come on down. Yes, Aussie. Pammy is amazing. Let's see. Chris from Mama. Let's see. Let's take a poll. Is Donna working on a deal, throwing Wendy under the bus? We could. See, Lissa, good morning to you. Let's see. Sarah says, I just discovered this channel and love the recaps during the breaks. I will be staying. Aw, thank you. Oh, there's Cheryl. Cheryl, there you go. Joanne Jedi Platypus. Green Eye Cat, thank you for everything. Thank you for being with us. Grampy for 8 months. Grampy, 8 months. Let's see, JRN. Let's see. Can you tell those who don't have gifts turn on? Uh-oh. Something's happening. What's he doing? Oh no. So Aaron had bought some Bocce's pizza from Buffalo, and it's Pizza Friday, right? So apparently Rafa is up on the counter. She was defrosting it. So Rafa's up on the counter eating. How much did he get?
Tinfoil, and he was like at the plate. He never does that.
So he was on the counter eating your pizza.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah. Orange cat doing orange cat things, right?
Orange cat doing orange cat things. Kitty chaos, yes. All right, hold on, JRN. You asked how do people turn on? How do I turn on GIFs?
We have a link for that.
We have a link. Hold on, we have a link. Aaron's going to drop a link for that. True psych ward. Some law tubers seem to think that prosecutors will not call Charlie and keep him for a rebuttal. If true, this makes me sad. All right, we have a link. Hold on a sec. Aussie Gardner, thank you so much for your Australian $2. Okay, here's the gifts. So do you have gifts enabled so you can receive gifts? So go ahead and follow that link. Can I become a member on mobile? I think so.
Here.
Yeah, we have a link for that too. See, Aaron does all of this. You guys, you want to meet Aaron? This is how you meet Aaron. Snow Caddish, Judge Everett said 9, and what the defense isn't prepared for now. Now they're kicking it down 30 minutes. So we only have like maybe 10 minutes left, if that. Okay, so there's how you become a member. Embodied nature, poll ideas. If Wendy and or Harvey get charged, would either one take a plea or plead guilty and avoid trial? I could see, yeah, that's not a bad thing for either one of them, because Harvey's 80, so he doesn't, he's definitely, if he takes a plea, even if it's 20 years, he's not going to get out of jail. I would say maybe take that to trial because he has a chance of getting out. Wendy, however, is in her 30s now, I guess, early 40s, something like that. So, well, if her kids are 15 and she was 40, so she was 25. How old is Charlie? So Wendy, I could see her taking a plea.
He was born in 76, so he's older than Wendy, so she's probably 77.
77 or 8, yeah. So she was born in, say, 77, 78. Let's just say 80, just to keep it simple. So what's that, 45? So she's 45-ish. So, Drunky the Bear, Florida trials are so early. If you're going to off someone, could you do it out west, please? Focus joke, yeah, that's what we're figuring. She's like 45-ish. Oh, Allie, there you go. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Let me pull you up there. There you go. Allie, thank you so much. Yay, I did it. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you. Sherry, she's 44. Yeah, thank you. She was 37. Crunchy Frog says she was 37 when they were gossiping about her on the telephone. So that was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. So she must be in her 40s. Yeah, we'll just go with 45 just because it's easier to remember. JRN, this is all about you, drunkie. Clarinet Girl, if Charlie testifies, do they fly him in? We've been wondering that. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So I don't know. All right, let's see. Shore Life. Let me pull that up if I can find it. There you go. It's been much longer than 8 months. Yeah, Shore Life, you have been with us probably since.
The pausing of our memberships really screwed up the timeline.
It did. Yeah. Aaron's saying the pausing of the memberships with being demonetized. I think that definitely screwed up a lot of things. So yeah, Shore Life, you've been with us probably since like last July or August. Do you know which trial you came in on? I'm thinking you've been around probably a good year now.
Yeah.
Same with Grampy.
Cat, Green-Eyed Cat too.
And Green-Eyed Cat, yeah. Sherry, April 22nd, 1979. Okay, so there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Hubby's ready to work. I'll watch on replay. All right, Michelle, have a great one. Enjoy your Friday. Let's see. Miss Erin, Charlie is in Tallahassee. So did they fly him in? You hear?
Yeah.
Did they fly him in or did they drive him in?
He's in South Dakota.
Yeah.
That's a long drive.
Yeah. C. Gilmore, let's see. What will you be covering next? And will you be collaborating with Jules again? We hope so. We would love to have Jules collaborate with us. Lynn in SC, good morning to you. What's the next trial? Great question, because
We don't know.
the what was the one that's starting in October? The one up in Connecticut or Massachusetts. I was just talking about it yesterday. You guys were talking about Brian Walsh, but he's not. He's in October, like October 20th. So we have to find something for like mid-September. We got to find something, and then we'll do Courtney Clenny in December. She's December 1st. Brian Walsh is at the end of October. What's up, dude? All right, let me go let out Polly. So as far as what's up next, you guys tell us. Brian Walsh, definitely. Courtney Clenny, for sure. Corey Richens is in February. Carlos Dominguez is in January. We're going to do Carlos again. Corey, we're definitely going to do Corey. What else? What else is out there, you guys? Let's see. Mama C, the Cardi B trial has been awful. No control by the judge. Yeah, we've just kind of been poking around a little bit. Hey, Michael, good morning to you. Good to see you. Morag, good afternoon to you. Spit and chips. For security reasons, flying is preferable. Distance, too many things could go wrong if he was driven in. That's true. Victoria, I found you for Letitia Stock. Stouch.
No, we were
Stouch.
not streaming that.
Yeah, we didn't stream that.
We weren't a channel yet.
I'm glad you found us then, but we didn't stream that.
I wish we did.
Let's see, hold on. Miss Aaron says, yes, they flew him in. Okay. Sure Life, I started the month you guys started your channel, like day one per se. Aw. Well, that would have been like June because we started right at the end of Karen Reed. Actually, it was Chad Daybell. We caught like the last 3 or 4 days of Chad and then the 4 or 5 days of Karen. Hey, Mona, I see you people. There you are. Hey, Mona. They flew Charlie in. Okay. Fun Friday morning, Nancy for Hearts. So judge says they need 30 minutes, so that's why we're waiting for them to kick in. Let's see. Awesome Potamus. Let's see. And from what I've gathered so far, Harvey was the least involved. I'm not even sure he knew anything until well after. I would agree with that. And yesterday, Donna was, Charlie said he talked with Dad. Donna, did you talk to Dad? And Charlie talking to Donna, and she's like, yeah, I talked to Dad. I told him everything. So. Let's see here. Stephen says, keep an eye out for Aaron Spencer case. Predator reported 37 for attempting to contact same child. Okay. Oh. I think I heard about that one. I think I heard about that one. Aaron Spencer. Yeah, our mods, Widespread Panic, and Joanne, and Aussie, and Psychosaurus Rex, and Brad. Everybody is posting potential trials. So I think Aaron Spencer was one of them. Let me see if that jogs in my memory here. Arkansas, yep. He was charged with shooting, deleting missing teenage daughter. Yeah. I think Widespread Panic told us about that one. October 2024, located his missing 14-year-old daughter in a car with 67-year-old Michael Fossler in Lonoke County, Arkansas. Yeah, I am aware of that one. I am aware he's charged with second degree. I am aware of that one. So there's also Judge Stein, right? Or is it Judge Stein or no, the sheriff that shot the judge in Tennessee? We're aware of that one as well. Mallory, Boswell, yes. Was it Monica Boswell? Yep, I remember that. Was it Monica Boswell? Let's see, was that her first name? No, it wasn't Monica. Megan Boswell. Yep, Megan Boswell. Clarinet Girl, cases next week. Austin Drummond and Fraser Bohm. Sheriff Stein, yes, Sheriff Stein. Thank you, Shore Life. All right, let me grab these guys. Let me let's just make a note of that. Well, don't forget, next week, Donna, we still have Donna. Donna's not going away next week. So we're going to be on Donna until we need something for the Mickey Steins. That's who it is. Thank you. Mickey Steins, the sheriff. Yes. Yeah. What was the sheriff's name again? I'm sorry, you guys. Sean Steins. It's Sean Steins. Sean Steins. Sheriff Sean Steins shot Judge Mullins. So it's Steins. So Sean Steins shot Kevin Mullins. And that's out of Kentucky. So we'll probably follow that one. I think he's pled not guilty. Insanity. I think he's going the insanity route. So Sheriff Steins shot Judge Mullins, right? His nickname is Mickey. Nancy says, yeah. Danielle, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Great coverage. This trial is moving lightning speed. Thank you for joining us. Always good to see you. Yeah, so there's a lot, but Clarinet Girl, thank you for the Austin Drummond and Fraser Baum. We'll keep an eye out for them. Joan had it backwards. I know there's so many trials, and it's hard to keep track because of there's certain ones that really stand out in your mind. You're like, okay, I got to cover them. So you do deep dives and you really get into them. And Mickey is his nickname. All right. And then there's others that are on the periphery that you want to cover, but you just don't know that much about, like the Steins. Like I want to cover it, but I don't know that much about it. So, you just you tend to forget, or at least for me, I forget, all the details or certain names per se. But, like Donna, and Lori, we do deep dives on them, so we know a lot about them. Where some of these other trials we want to cover, like Oscar Solis, we're definitely covering Sean Higgins. We're going to cover Sean Higgins. We are covering Sean Higgins. Jennifer Gledhill we're covering. Corey Richens for sure. Shanna Gardner in Jacksonville, we're going to be covering her. So I mean, there's plenty of great trials out there, you guys, that we will be covering. Sherry, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Who got one? Oh, Danielle, you got one. Right on. Miss Erin, you got one too. Oh, I love it when people are in the chat. Nancy for hearts. This is awesome. Fine Citizen, come on down. Let's see. Green eyes and tats. Green eye and tats. There you go. Aussie, please tell me we are finished with the tapes. No, we have to get through Cross. We have to get through Cross still. And we still have to get through Cross. And I don't even think State is done yet. So, and we still have to get through Cross. Teresa, you found us through the teen party fight. That was Raul Valley. And we'll probably do his trial again, when he does his retrials coming up. Erica, good to see you. Nancy for hearts, thank you so much. Yay. Hey, Mona, Fraser Michael Baum will go on trial Malibu students. Wow, okay, I have no idea anything about that trial. Let's just check in on him real quick. Fraser Michael Baum trial. What's his deal? He's 22, was arrested, charged with multiple counts of deletion, manslaughter, pleads not guilty, fatal crash that killed 4. Oh, let's see. He was going 100 miles an hour in a 45-mile zone when he lost control of his BMW. In 2023. Okay, I kind of remember this now. Was he filming this too? Was he a YouTuber? Was he a YouTuber and he was filming it? Is that guy? He hired Jackson. He hired Alan Jackson? Wow. Interesting. They might be coming back. Baum, now 23, appeared in Los Angeles courtroom Wednesday alongside his newly hired attorney, Alan Jackson. This was from August 10th. So he's hired Alan Jackson, you guys. Prosecutors allege he was traveling 100 miles an hour in a 45-mile zone. He lost control. 4 young women, sorority sisters. He was fleeing a road rage incident at the time. Wow. He was arrested briefly but released within hours. He was taken into custody and formally charged. He also faces civil litigations. He's scheduled to return to court September 5th. All right, you guys. All right, he was not the one that was filming it, right? There was another YouTuber that was filming it. Yep, that's what I'm reading. Sinbad. Yeah, AJ is yep. And yep, Lori, Jerry, yep. So Alan Jackson's going to be covering this, or Alan Jackson's going to be his attorney. All right, well, that's September 5th, so we're still going to be on Lori. 30 minutes left for the state. State still has about 30 minutes, Aaron is saying. So we're still going to be on Lori next week, you guys. But he starts Friday, so it would be the week after that, because that's jury selection. All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that. Sherry, you're not going to do AJ, or you're not going to do it because of Alan Jackson. Baum is a rich kid. Happened on Pacific Coast Highway, PCH. Did I say Lori? No, Donna. Donna's still going to be going on. You mean Donna, not Lori. Oh, you see, you guys get me talking about all these trials and I mix up things. Yes, Donna will still be going on. Donna will be going on. Willow, I found this channel. You were covering a trial in court in person with Jules for Scott. That would have been Sarah Boone, probably. Yeah, we would love to have Jules back on. We talked to her, not for a little while because she's going through what she's going through. But yeah, we'll get Jules back on. Nancy for Heart. My brain rewound. I know. Nancy for Hearts. That's a good lineup. I know all those cases. I hope you cover Carmelo Anthony. That's in my county. I would be able to attend some days. Richard in the kitchen. We will definitely. I know that's not the Carmelo. That's Carmelo with a K. When you say Carmelo Anthony, I'm like, wait a minute. That's not the basketball player. Because I love Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony. All right, Carmelo Anthony. So it's with a K. So CBS says, oh, is this the kid? Yeah, stabbed another. Oh, yep, I remember this one. June 1st, 2026.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Good morning. Although we are getting started a little bit behind today, we are going to continue with the examination of Special Agent Sanford at this time. The student is Kappelman. Is he on his way to the stand? Special Agent, you remain under your oath to tell the truth about when you swear you in again, but please answer all matters truthfully during the remainder of your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, so we concluded the wire calls yesterday. When, in relation to that wire, or just when were the arrests made in this case? Let's start with Sigfredo Garcia. When was he arrested?
It was May 24th or 26th, somewhere around there, of 2016.
Okay, and Luis Rivera?
A few days after that, I served him in the prison.
Okay, he was already in prison for an unrelated offense?
That's correct. He was already in prison.
So also May of 16?
That's correct.
Okay, and what about Catherine Magbanoa? When was she arrested?
I don't remember the exact date. Could I refresh my memory with notes?
Yes. Do you have the notes with you?
I do.
Okay.
It was on 10/1 of 16.
Okay. And then do you have the exact dates on the other two in there as well?
I do. Mr. Adelson was arrested on 4/21 of 22. And
Garcia and Rivera was.
Oh, Garcia and Rivera, yes. Mr. Garcia was 5/25 of 16.
Okay.
And Rivera, I don't have Mr. Rivera's exact date. Actually, it was the 6/3 of 16, I believe, is when we went back to interview him with Warrant.
Okay. So Garcia, 5/25 of 16. Rivera, 6/3 of 16. Magbanoa, 10/1 of 16. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Catherine Magbanoa ultimately went to trial and was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and post-conviction, did she offer a proffer
She did.
What is a proffer?
A proffer is an agreement with the defense and the prosecution to where she can come in and talk to us and tell us what happened without it being used against her.
All right, so that occurred on, I have October 11th of 22.
That's
right?
correct. That's the first proffer, yes, ma'am.
And were you present for her proffer on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And also a follow-up interview with her on November 28th of that year, 22?
That's correct.
Okay, and at that point, the investigation had been ongoing for over 8 years at that point, right?
It had.
Okay, was there anything that Ms. Magbanua revealed in her proffers that was new to us or that confirmed something that we had not known of before?
Yes, she told us about the first time that Mr. Charlie Adelson approached her and asked her if she knew someone that could take care of someone. She told us about that and when it was.
And she was able to give us the actual date that occurred based on some surrounding circumstances, right?
That's correct.
What was the date?
She said it was October 31st of 2013, like the year prior to the murder. On Halloween.
All right. And did she say where she was when that when the topic was first broached with her?
She did. She said she was on Lincoln Road at a party with Mr. Adelson.
All right. And were you able to discover any evidence to confirm that Mr. Adelson was in fact on Lincoln Road that night, as she claimed?
Yes. I was familiar with Lincoln Road because it's a popular road in South Beach. So we looked back and found a text message where Mr. Adelson said that he was on Lincoln Road on Halloween.
I'm going to show you where I marked this 86B. Do you recognize 86B?
I do.
Is that the text message in question?
It is.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that text message?
It is.
Judge, I move into evidence 86B, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
86B is admitted at this time.
Who is the text to and who's it from?
It's from Charlie Adelson. And it just has a number.
Unknown number.
An unknown number.
And what's the content of the text message?
The text message says, "On Lincoln with my friends, come meet us."
And on what date and time was that message sent?
It says 11/1/13 at 1:04 a.m. UTC.
So just after midnight on Halloween night.
That's correct.
And was there something else that you learned from Ms. Magbanua that you hadn't known before?
Yes.
What was that?
She told us about the time that the night of the homicide, that she was going to Mr. Adelson's residence, and she believed that the Adelsons had been there.
So she admitted that she went to Charlie's house to pick up the money,
That's correct.
but then didn't end up leaving with it until the next morning. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. But the bit about Donna Adelson or Donna and Harvey Adelson having brought the money, that was new to us.
That was new. Correct.
And then we've seen Sergeant Corbett's presentation, and I'll publish a slide from State's Exhibit 73 at this time. That's the slide where we were able to find the text indicating that Donna Adelson said she was outside Charlie's house that night.
That's correct.
was the defendant arrested?
The defendant was arrested on November the 13th of 2023.
Okay, and I think you told us when Charlie Adelson was arrested. Will you repeat that, please?
I believe it was 10/1 of 22. Oh, sorry. That was 4/1 of 20. 4/21 of 22.
4/21/22 for Charlie Adelson's arrest.
That was Charlie Adelson's arrest. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And shortly after Charlie Adelson's trial and conviction, was there a recorded call that was intercepted between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, there was.
And in that call, did something happen that caused the defendant to be recorded longer than the conversation between her and Charlie? Can you just sort of explain? She thought she hung up, but she didn't hang up, right?
Correct. There was a jail call with Mr. Adelson, and at some point he dropped off the call. She thought the call had hung up, so she just apparently set her phone down and didn't hit end on her end of the line.
And have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 118, the recording of that call?
I have.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 118.
Any objection to 118?
No, Judge.
States 118 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
You may. Is there any parties that need headphones for this?
That would be helpful, Judge.
I didn't say this to you before I picked up the phone, but there's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things through Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg, who's just been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I told her she's going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. So she and Rick got here about, I don't know, 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us, because we got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So we're working on that, and
Pause it. Sorry to do that to y'all with the headphones, but a couple questions just to follow up on what she said so far. She says she's taking care of a couple things for Roman. Who's Roman?
Roman is the child of Charlie Adelson, young child.
And she mentioned Susan and Rick on there. Do you know who those people are?
They're close friends of theirs.
Okay. Sorry. Continue publishing.
just a lot, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak to Dan. Okay?
Sorry, one more time. She mentions Dan here. Obviously not Dan Markel. Do you know who she's referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what Dan is she referencing?
Dan Rashbaum, who was Charlie's attorney.
All right, thank you. Continue, please.
So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Charlie? You can't hear me again, right? Charlie? Charlie, can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry, the fourth time that they cut the line each time. They have to pay for every minute, but they keep charging every time you reconnect. They say that doesn't happen. Listen. that he's in this room that so the psychologist want to make sure he can kill himself. So the psychologist finally came. And he said to her, if you leave me here for myself, with no light, no nothing, I'm going to cement block, let me go back. See where I am. Please don't leave me here. And spoke to him a little bit, and she said, no, you're going to be fine. I know that. I just have to go back and, I've got to do these reports I have to write. And once I get those written, and then submit them, and then get them approved, you'll be able to go back. So he was just going back like that in an hour. But she said, it doesn't, I'll lose my mind with you. It's all spirit on the inside. The point you see is yourself. The lights never shut off, day or night. The fluorescent lights, he says, all night. He said, I just want to go back where I was. But this, I know people, I can see people, he could hear I'm in a box. And he's just, well, I should have pulled back and just to get it there. I can't push it. I'm not that strong. And I also know how he is a year ahead. His body and everything just slowly started to deteriorate. I'm old. I have a life. We had a great marriage. Happy, we traveled, we lived good. I'm really not unhappy. And I wanted to just say goodbye. And that's right now. It doesn't painful. It's so good place. We bought our cemetery property a couple months ago. We're good. I'm good. But when I did this weekend, because I had something that made me feel like I had enough and I'm not going to watch. It's all going to go well. I know what I need to do. Now, something was wrong because we lived here 9 years. She's never once just come over. I keep waiting. And I'm sure make sure was all on day long. She sat down on the couch right there. I was sitting here, and she didn't say, this is a horrible night for all of us. Charlie's not talking for his life. We're all aggravated. But if this is what thing just sat there, I'm in a direction. I'm not doing silent. I'm fine. The voice tomorrow night? Yes, something I should do. Now, am I doing silent? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? I do. Perfectly honest, I do. And what we do, we'll do it together. Leave a note, they'll know when to come together. And we'll do it together. The boy. Look, they're making a decision at some point. So after speaking to Dan this morning and knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't. But Dan said, you might, or you might do all of this, get to the airport, and that could happen. It could happen, I don't know, but it's worth a try. I'm trying to I don't know what we're doing. But I don't know what we're doing. And we have to look at stuff alone and what we had, what was it? How was it more we've done? With stipulations, which are in charge and it's got to bond that was in a truck. And everything was going in arguing and under and the truck. And on the truck and arguing is the other. Then the by 30 somebody would be watching. And I was one part to take care of that. So, I would make some effort to respond and so it was cold. Which was now I could sit here with you and say, would you do that? I can't because there we go. So, you tell me that I can talk to George? No, I don't know how to get in touch with them. So I said, let me ask George. So I said, George, I can't get in touch with her. Bonson just told me my lawyer is her lawyer is a judge. And I wrote back not about the case. I said, he said, when I said, I just got over Charlie, he's worried about you. He wants to know yes. We know you never asked anything about your brother, and she doesn't, and she told me she's a lawyer that she shouldn't have. That's all we should do. We found out it's not true, but we just got off the phone with him. And he had her attorney said, I never told her that. I never confronted that. No. So, I wrote this last night. We know you never asked anything about your brother. This is 8 o'clock last night. But we just got off the phone with him, and the first thing he asked was, how's Wendy holding up? I didn't have the heart to tell him that he never called up or asked about him. I just said, we weren't up to phone calls right now. Everyone wants to protect you. I think you've got lots to think about. But then, she didn't answer. But then I got another call from Charlie. And I said, just got off the phone with Charlie. He's worried about you. He wants to know why we didn't speak. I told him a lie. I said, we're only speaking with you and Dan right now. I couldn't bear to tell them the truth. Your sister never even called us. It's the truth. So she said this morning, I thought she'd be racing over here last night. Dear Mom, I know you are upset by the verdict. But the anger directed at me is not justified. I don't know how much anger is. Really don't. I'm not responsible in any way for Charlie's situation. I am not guilty because I did not do anything wrong, and I was not involved in any way with Danny's death, which she was. When I was interviewed by the police and testified in court, I told the truth, as I was required to do. I cannot control how the prosecutor used my statement for Charlie's trial. Again, I didn't say that. Also, as you know, my lawyer has advised me not to talk to my family or anyone else about this case. No, about the case, which is true, we've never done it. I followed his advice despite your disagreements with this document. Please do not text me about this case anymore. Not about the case, is it? Not what I said. About her brother. And then one, how are you, Wendy? How's my sister holding up? If you have anything further to say about the case, please go through our lawyers. Right now, I have to be singularly focused on taking care of the boys during this difficult time. So I wrote back, okay, we have no desire to speak with you about the case. I guess Dad and I are just shocked that you didn't think of coming to see us or even calling us. We are your parents. We are and have always been there for you and the boys. None of what we wrote matters about the case. That's over. I just want you to know how many times Charlie's asking about you. Not only do you not ask about us, but not one question about Charlie, right? We will need to give you some information shortly, and we need some business assistance. Please let us know if you can be of any help. I have a space here. I want you to propose. We're going to be gone. I want her to have all this information. I have the cemetery property. I want her to see all that. I want her to have all these papers and the wills. I want her to see all this. So please let us know if you can be of any help. The other thing is the visa, which she would know about. But no, I said we need some business assistance. Please let us know. If not, we'll try to find someone who can help us. This needs an immediate reply so I can start asking other people to help. And then she always gets nervous if we want to talk to her. So I wrote, don't get nervous. Again, nothing, in capital letters, nothing about the case. Just would like to show you some business stuff and personal things. If you can't do it, we must find someone who can. I hope you understand that it has nothing to do with the case. There is no more case. And then I wrote, by the way, you said you have to focus on the boys, like you told them. So when I got George before, I said to him, because I was over there that night, I said, well, we asked Wendy, but it hasn't got any word from her, so did you tell the boys? And he said, she did. Now, I know Dan was very close. He was lighting patrol over. So I said, how are they? He said, he's very quiet. He didn't really talk much. It was within time, faithful, he said, so he was coming home. He was never coming back. And so he said it took him 10 minutes and he was into baptism. It was fine. He's a child. That's okay. I don't want to see him miserable and upset. That's not my goal. I just want to know how it is. So that's what I said earlier to do it, because it was technical stuff that I couldn't do on the computer and we were out of it. So I used the computer person, so I said, can you help me with some computer stuff that I can't get done? And he was on some business calls, and so that he texted me just before I could read it, maybe 5:30, but that'd be good. I said, yes, but if I can get stuff done, let us know. We have the photos. We have to get them downloaded, and the other thing I don't understand, what I'm doing to help me with it, we've been looking it up over and over, if things change, if there is extradition from Vietnam. Because we've looked at all the places, I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's no extradition. There's English. So, really? Maybe she knows that. Maybe she can look up the extradition issue before we waste their time. She can tell on me that, like, now she's taking me a country. My lawyer. If you mention it to Wendy, when you going to tell somebody? You tell me beforehand. I need to tell you something as an attorney who doesn't talk. It has nothing to do with the case. It just has to do with Mom and I, and some decisions that we have to make. Yeah, I know you want to bring it up and show her where everything is. Because if it's a plane crash, no one's going to know where anything is or who belongs to what. So I would like her to come up here so she can see it. I don't think that's asking too much. She can live 3 hours away. Every time she says, can you do this, can you come here, can you do that? Everything. How many times do we have plans that I know it's cancel, Wendy needs us for this, Wendy needs us to babysit? So we've been really good nannies, and I guess our job is up. Because now we're going older, they can go out with friends, they can do things on their own. So she doesn't need to have her phone. Okay, pretty hurtful. That's one son that I speak with. I have one son who's supposed to be dead. And my daughter, who I love, is doing this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I said to her, and please God, our family was cursed. So we cursed. And I don't know how to take care of it anymore. So, Nobody knows where we are, but everybody took some extra time. Look up.
Attorney's complete approach, Richard.
All right, so that was the phone call. She was on the call with Charlie. He had just been convicted. And Charlie's calling her, and this was the call that it was disconnected. We listened to a couple of these calls during one of our deep dives last week. So Charlie had called her a couple times, and they got disconnected. And she thought that they had got disconnected again. And Donna just goes on and on about, Dan, which is Dan Rashbaum, saying, if you can get to the airport, do it. She's talking about getting visas for Vietnam because there's no extradition. So if you guys are looking for any kind of evidence, conscious of guilt, there it is. Why would an innocent person want to go to a country that there's no extradition back to the United States? That's, to me, that's one of the big moments. That's a big piece of evidence right there. And Dan Rashbaum, I mean, as a lawyer, he's advising her to go to the airport. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure why he's not in trouble, but apparently he's not. So they talked about the various arrest dates.
You may continue with your examination.
So, are you aware of the date that Charlie Adelson was convicted?
Yes.
What was that date?
It was November the 6th of 2023.
And was this recording that we just heard that same day after the conviction?
It was the day after the conviction on 11/7, November 7th.
All right. And we hear on this call that there appear to be some plans to potentially go to Vietnam. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And based on this recording, did you do some investigative work to try to look into whether that was in fact really going to happen?
I did.
Okay, and what did you learn?
We didn't hear the call for a couple of days, so it was a few days later. But I did check with another government agency to try to find out if there was an international travel plan, and ultimately on the 13th, I believe it was, I was told that yes, there was travel plans made.
Okay, and were the travel plans to Vietnam?
They were to go through Dubai, then to Vietnam.
And is Vietnam in fact a non-extradition country?
It is.
And is Dubai also non-extradition?
That's correct, it is.
Okay, and when was that travel plan supposed to occur?
on the evening of November the 13th, 23.
And were you able to intercept the defendant prior to taking off on that airplane?
I was.
And where did you do that?
At the Miami International Airport, right through the gate check as they were boarding the plane on the jet bridge is what they call it.
And that was on November 13th, 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, as part of your apprehension of the defendant, did you seize her cell phone that she was in possession of at the time of her arrest?
I did.
All right, and did she willingly allow you to do that?
No, she did not.
How did that go?
Objection, Your Honor.
We approach. Please approach.
Well, we've watched her arrest a couple times here on this channel during our deep dives. And I wonder if they're going to play her arrest now. So they've found her and Harvey on we'd call it the jet ridge. I never heard that term, but the jet ridge. Literally, they were they were getting ready to board. They were getting ready to board the plane. So they had tickets to go November 13th. So Charlie gets convicted November 6th. And that phone call happened November 7th. And then November 13th, they had plans to go to Vietnam via Dubai. Both are non-extradition countries. And they intercepted Donna and Harvey on the jet ridge as they were boarding. They seized her cell phone. She did not willingly allow that. So, no charges on Harvey, Brenda. Yep, the jet ridge. From the gate to the jet. Oh, jet bridge, the jet bridge, not jet ridge. I thought you said jet ridge. Jet bridge, that makes more sense. Thank you. So, what do you guys think? For those that feel that Donna is innocent or this doesn't prove anything, what do you guys think after hearing that? Do you think she's still innocent? Or do you think she's still doesn't have anything to,
The objection being withdrawn. Agent Sanford, you can answer the question if you recall what it was.
I'll re-ask it.
When you seized the defendant's cell phone, did she physically resist you?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell us about the physical resistance that she offered?
Yes, I reached out to the phone, and when I grabbed a hold of it, she pulled it away and said no, and then kept holding it away from me, trying to turn away from me. Another officer who was there arresting her actually grabbed her arm and held it, and then we were able to finally take the phone out of her hand, but she was still trying to keep it from us.
Right, and pursuant to her arrest, was there a search warrant executed at her residence at the Icon?
There was.
Okay, and did you handle that, or did another agent handle that?
Another police department handled it locally.
And are you familiar with the items that were seized during that search warrant?
I am.
Okay, and was there a planner, 2023 day planner seized pursuant to that search warrant?
There was.
And have you had an opportunity to review that planner?
I have.
Okay. Was there a planner available for 2014 that was seized at the search warrant?
Not seized at the search warrant, no ma'am.
Okay. That planner was provided to the state attorney's office by the defendant's prior counsel, though. Do you recall that?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you review the copy of the 2014 planner, at least whatever was provided to our office by Ms. Adelson's attorney?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit. Redactions have been made based on the parties' agreement, but other than that, I would ask if those excerpts are fair and accurate.
Yes, they are.
Moving to evidence 142.
Any objection?
Objection.
States 142 is admitted.
In the 2014 planner, did Mrs. Adelson keep a lot of personal information and identifying information for members of her family and even, I think, some friends in there too.
She did.
Okay. And as part of that information in the 2014 planner, did you locate any information specific to Dan Markel's vehicle?
We did.
What information was that?
Is the 08 Accord on the left middle of the page, right there. It's the 08 Accord, and the tag number is 584YBM.
That's Dan Markel's tag number at the time of his murder?
It is.
Same vehicle that the killers pursued?
That's correct.
The flight that the defendant was attempting to board at the time of her arrest, is that a one-way flight or a round-trip flight?
It was a one-way flight.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, please.
Members of the jury, before we move into the cross-examination, does anyone need to use the restroom? No hands have been raised.
We would request a brief recess, please.
It's fine. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. Even though not requested, please use the restroom at this time. Everyone can be seated. We'll take a break for a few minutes until 10:20. If anyone does need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity at this point. Bailiffs, if Mrs. Adelson does need to use the restroom as well, please take her at this time.
All right. I went up to get some more water, and of course, they're taking a break. Comfort break. Psychosaurus Rex, comfortably tap the like while you rise to stretch. Comfortably tap. Comfortably tap. All right. So let's go through what we heard so far. They're going to take a 10-minute break. Or was it 10 or 5-minute break? Well, whatever. All right. So Sigfredo was arrested May 25th, 2016. Luis was arrested June 3rd, 2016. Catherine was arrested October 1st, 2016. Charlie was arrested April 21st of 2022. Catherine offered a post-conviction proffer. I wish they had played that because I really wanted to see that. She did it October 11th of 2022 and November 28th of 2022. That was the investigation was about 8 years ongoing at that time. Let's see. Catherine told about Charlie approaching her, asking about, okay, so some of the new things were, the new things that they didn't know about from her previous trials was that Katie or Catherine told them about Charlie approaching her on Halloween. We heard about that, excuse me, in her testimony. That was October 31st of 2013. She said, Charlie just jumped in my car and says, hey, do you know somebody that can harm somebody? So we heard that testimony from her. The other new information was that the night of the shooting, she went to Charlie's to get the money, and Charlie said, my parents had just been there. So that was new as well. Donna was arrested November 13th. So then we get to the jail call. So they talk about Roman. Roman is Charlie's child. He had a young boy, or he had a son, I should say. Bree was her name. So some of you were saying, who's Bree? BRI was what was coming up on the transcript. I believe she was a housekeeper for, I think it was Donna. Correct me if I'm wrong, whoever knows that. I think Aaron knows that. Or Joanne, Jedi Platypus, was Bree a housekeeper? I want to say she was a housekeeper for Donna. That Charlie messed around with, got pregnant, and of course she had to sue him for alimony. He wouldn't pay for child support and all this stuff. So they had a little boy named Roman. All right, so a nanny. Okay, she was a nanny. Aaron's saying she was a nanny. For boyfriend of Wendy. Okay, Wendy's boyfriend. Okay, there you go. All right, Helen knows as well. Okay, so Aaron is saying boyfriend of Wendy. She was a nanny. Helen is saying that as well. All right, cool. All right, Brianna, was that her full name? That's her full name? That was her full name. Dave, I forget the name of the guy that Charlie and Donna wanted. Oh, yeah, Dave. It was definitely Dave. Okay. So that was Dave. All right. No, we know Dave. I got his full name. Dave. Yeah, they wanted Wendy to date this guy, Dave. I thought I had his full name. I guess I don't have his full name. I just have Dave. All right. So they wanted Wendy to date this guy, Dave. He had kids. Okay. All right. So she had to take Charlie, for insurance. It was for insurance. She had to take Charlie to court for insurance. Did I say alimony? Yeah. I child support and for money for food. Okay. All right. So that's the Bree that's on there, and that's the Roman that they're talking about. All right. So let's continue on. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. See, Aaron does a lot. You guys don't realize she does a lot. All right, so they play this. Okay, so the jailhouse call. Susan and Rick. They talk about Susan and Rick. I'll speak to Dan. Rashbaum is Charlie's lawyer. Then Harvey talks about it's $5 every time Charlie makes a phone call. Donna says make sure he doesn't kill himself. There's a Mr. Chagrin. I'm not sure who that is, but there's also there's another woman. I think she is Botham. I wrote it down. Brotham. I'm not sure who that is. That could be a lawyer as well. I'm not sure who that is. He was on a break with June, and that's when he got Bree. That's when he connected with Bree. So he and June Umchinda were dating. They were on a break, and then he got together with Bree. So Crunchy Frog says insurance and Medicaid. Okay. All right, so let's continue on here. So Donna's saying, I can't function. I'm not that strong. I just want to sleep. So she's talking about offing herself. And then she goes on, Wendy's never come here in over 9 years. But then Wendy did come over and she's like, look, Mom, if you're going to commit, if you're going to do it, I got to Baker Act you. Donna's like, do I want to go to sleep? Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? Yes. Do I want to go to sleep and not see my son? Yes. So she's talking about going to sleep. After talking to Dan this morning, he said, you might make it to the airport and they might stop you, but it's worth a try. is that like lawyers are supposed to tell you to flee the country? We've been looking it over. Okay, we've been looking it up over and over because things change. If there is extradition from Vietnam, because we've looked at all those places. I mean, I could go to Korea and China, but there's no extradition. But we're looking for places where there's extradition. So those are her words. So again, would an innocent person be talking about fleeing the country, going to another country where there's no extradition? So let's see. She going on and on about Wendy. She couldn't bear telling Charlie the truth about Wendy not talking to him. So then she's reading this text message between her and Wendy. Wendy's saying, I'm not responsible for Danny's death. I told the truth. My lawyer has advised me to not talk to my family. Please don't text me about the case. Donna says, I guess Dad and I are shocked that you don't want to call or see us. Not only do you not ask about us, but you don't ask about Charlie. So Wendy's just like completely washing her hands of the family. And then this Miss Brotham, I'm not sure who that is, if that's a lawyer or a friend. I have no idea who that is. If you guys know who Miss Brotham is, let me know. Agent 333. I mean, can lawyers say, yeah, go flee the country? You might get caught, you might not. I don't know. Drunky the Bear, can you imagine Donna being happy in Vietnam of all places? She's so spoiled. I don't know. You might be able to find a good place. You might be able to find a good place in Vietnam. So Miss Brotham says, is she going to tell on you that my parents are thinking of leaving the country? So now they're concerned that Wendy's going to tell on them, or at least this Miss Brotham is. And Donna says, no. Well, Donna says, my lawyer told us to do that. I mean, how wow. All right. So then she talks about visas. Rick, is it better for you to sit at the table than the chair? So she's filling out this visa, I guess, or this guy, Rick. Donna says, I'll show you what we did for a hotel because we need an address to put on the visas. And they take a sidebar. Then, let's see. Then they come back. Okay, so Charlie's convicted November 6th. So that phone call was the 7th. There were plans to go to Vietnam, which we just. This was Miss Kappelman talking to Mr. Sanford. Polly just drops out of thin air. Boop. All right. So Mr. Sanford checked and he found plans to travel for November 13th through Dubai to Vietnam. Both are non-extradition. They intercepted Donna and Harvey on the jet bridge as they were boarding. They seized her cell phone. She was unwilling to give that up. There was a side bah, and that objection was withdrawn. She physically resisted. She pulled the phone away and said no. Search warrant. A search warrant was executed for the condo in the Icon. It was for her 2023 day planner, and then the 2024. So he didn't seize the 2014. He did not seize the 2014, but another agency did, and that has info about Dan's vehicle. So it has 08 Accord and then the tag number. I mean, why? You guys, for everybody that's been married or has kids that are married, do you keep your son-in-law or daughter-in-law's vehicle and tag number? Do you guys do that? You tell me. You tell me if that's something that's odd or something that people do. Like, do in-laws do that? Do you guys do it? Do you keep your in-laws' tag numbers in a planner? Do you guys do that? Stephen says no. Patsy says no. Life says yes. My niece and her hubs have been to Vietnam. Clarinet Girl says no. Joan says nope. Psychosaurus Rex, I don't even keep my own tag number written down. Blue Liberty Lioness, no, that's weird. Celissa, it's very odd in my opinion. Crunchy Frog, absolutely not. Mallory, hell no. Lynn, no, that's extremely odd. Sparkling Princess, definitely not. Paul, I don't even know my own tag number. Sinbad, nope. Richard, I do that for my direct family members in your phone. Kathy says no. Surely that is beyond cray-cray. Missy, I only keep ours and not my in-laws. I'm pretty sure they don't for us. Bama Green Eyes, nope. Nancy, I would not have thought of that. Sparkling Princess, I don't know mine either. Right? Grampy, no. Alice, never even thought to do anything like that. Red Staff, no. Joanne, I don't even know my tag numbers. C. Gilmer, nope. Jags Girl, that's very strange. Sharon, don't even know my own. Nancy, nope. Brown Eye Girl, nope. Kathy, don't have tag numbers. Michael, not strange to do that. If missing, you have their tag number to give to the police. Bella, nope. Awesome. Are they in a gated community? Yes. According to several people, it's very high security. Very high security. Rob actually testified. Rob Adelson, the oldest, testified because celebrities live there. So, Little Lulu, I have no idea of anyone's tag numbers. D. Reese, their in-laws from hell too. Nice. Cheryl, nope. Cheryl Life, I only know my own tag number because it's personalized so I can find my car in a parking lot. Good one. Woke says the state could have easily charged and tried Donna, Wendy, and Harvey all at once. What a disappointment. Sinbad, I couldn't remember my own if it wasn't a vanity plate. Here come the judge. We only tag we know at the moment is Maestro. Yeah, it's odd. It is odd. It's a good idea, Richard says, in case maybe my daughter goes missing and I can provide that to the police. I can see that, but that's for your daughter. Oh, if your daughter, yeah. It's I don't know. It's odd. It's just odd. Anyway, stand for truth. Wonder what happened with son Rob. As far as what? He's successful. He's a ear, eyes, and ears, nose, throat, ENT, ears, nose, throat. He's up in Albany, I guess, somewhere. I think he's Albany, New York. He escaped. He escaped. For some reason, he escaped. So he's doing fine. I used to know mine because it was fun. It was like 091 YUK. It was like yuck or something like that. I think that's what it was. Maybe that's what it is right now. I don't even know. That's funny. I don't even know. Crunchy, nobody does that. That's crazy. It's odd. We'll just put it that way. I can understand, Richard. I can understand doing it. But then it's also leans towards a little odd. Mo Freedom, not from you, from Donna. Mo Freedom, why not show the jurors the airport arrest? Yes, I would love to see that. Proves Donna was uncooperative.
Everyone can be seated. Please bring in the jurors.
So, Paula, the question for you, the Ornithological Society, what's the word? My question to you is, what's the word? My Family Guy friends out there, my Family Guy watchers, what's the word? Because the word is the bird. No, the bird is the word. The bird is the word. Ornithological. Something about...
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, before the cross-examination begins, the state is going to ask one additional matter or a few additional matters to Agent Sanford. You may inquire.
Agent Sanford, apparently I managed to confuse and or misspeak regarding the planners. So the planners are a physical book that contain handwritten notes, correct?
Correct. It's like a yearly calendar that has days, individual days on it that you can write notes under each day.
And the planner that was seized, or at least one of the planners that was seized at the search warrant in 2023 was the 2023 planner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an item that was seized by another agent, not you.
That's correct.
Okay. But you also came into possession of the 2014 planner, which is the planner from the year of the murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And some or all of that planner was provided by Mrs. Adelson's prior attorney,
Correct.
not pursuant to the search warrant.
That's correct.
Okay. And it is in that planner from 2014 where Dan Markel's tag number was recorded.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And on that exhibit, State's Exhibit 142, very small, but I am able to see the year here on the front page, 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
July 14, that's showing you like the next upcoming months.
Correct.
This is for June.
That's
Yes.
correct.
Okay. But in the very back of that planner, there's a place for names and addresses and notes. Is that where you located the information regarding Dan Markel's tag number?
That's correct. It's after all the calendar months. It's the note section in the back.
Right. Thank you, Judge. That's all.
Cross-examination.
Trip over that. I try to approach you, so I'm trying to get in front of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
Now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
Okay.
around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state,
Yes, ma'am.
so I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is? Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida, is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records of some people's records, phone records, etc., that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, etc.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to, there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Catherine Magbanawa, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal.
Correct.
Okay. And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court.
Yes.
And the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge?
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendi that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendi potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
Based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that?
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. Law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendi Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he Detective Investigator Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
Yes,
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendi Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendi Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of choices. Maybe it's an angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendi started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes, ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no, ma'am.
No? Not a person of interest?
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay. All right, so not just TPD and not just you with the FBI, there were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would? So the State Attorney's Office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this case?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted, yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
Yes.
different agencies would assist when we needed help. Yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest.
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There were several that assisted.
There
Yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state, and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded calls.
And when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look at my notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Catherine McManuel.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones. We went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanawa, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, all their phone, it's their phone records. There's no content, is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records. Yes, ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those?
Which recorded calls?
For the bump.
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click, we're not recording that part, we're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time. They go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. And it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th. You have the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am. I see it. 50 minutes long. Yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay. So we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember if it's Jeffrey Lacoste, something?
I say Lacoste, but
Okay,
I don't know either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacoste. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him, so.
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
At some point, I'm sure he was.
Okay. Wendy Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacoste as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacoste, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacoste?
I don't.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even...
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally?
Yes, sir.
Just a handful.
Handful. There was a call, RR, and that's, there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary it's going to ring a bell. But you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Catherine Magbanawa and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Catherine Magbanawa is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk, yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're going to get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
It was TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts monitoring the calls
And
live.
They did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have. I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a day. They're listening in on all the phone calls of Mag Banawa and Charlie Adelson. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or Investigator Eisen would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida.
Okay.
During a lot of the wire.
Okay.
I would go in there and review calls, because we could go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes, ma'am.
And so yourself and ISOM and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually. We left them instructions to do that.
And
yes.
Something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you?
There were. I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
Including the individuals who went in and did the recordings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there. I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts. Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it all, we'll talk about that from somebody else. Yes,
we didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a weapon.
You didn't have the weapon, right? Right. But
compare.
You can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the same weapon.
You could.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym?
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
At which point?
Any point in this investigation?
The whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when...
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare.
Right.
And when he was driving to the gym,
okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay. And
you referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more? Okay.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at a bank and an ATM.
Right.
Got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted.
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
any time?
Any time before that.
Yes. Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine McManua, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to...
And we also did some surveillance on Catherine McManua when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. We did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that week prior, and that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks?
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson?
He gave her the check that day,
Okay.
correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly. That was TPD. TPD did a great job. They did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything. And once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah. The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part.
No, ma'am.
But you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested. I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was. I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did you...
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did,
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist.
I don't know either.
Whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Okay. Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you re-ask that
Sure.
question?
I mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that?
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
Okay. And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone, and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay. Now, Catherine McBanawa, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
fine.
well after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that, yes ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
Okay. And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay.
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Catherine McBanawa has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted?
Yes, I did.
You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Catherine McBanawa after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far. Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right, so when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she, basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right. She lied in the first 2 trials.
She lied. Straight up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming,
Okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right. And you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newland, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done, because she came back and then she gave another proffer.
Correct.
Right. And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay. And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay. And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer.
Correct.
And she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury. May I have just one moment? I left something at my table. There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right.
Okay.
I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday. And at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not going to ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to, and he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased, and he called me Monday morning and said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay. And you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall. It could have been that morning, it could have been later in the day. I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about?
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do?
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it?
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You told
I drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes.
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
Correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says, outside your house, no warrant.
Correct.
You got Catherine Magbanawa, who's come through her lying and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip, that she's going out of the country, that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newland, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newland at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, "You've never hurt or threatened anybody." And she says, "I know."
Yes.
You at least consider that, right?
Sure.
Okay. So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely.
Maybe something to eat?
Possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami?
Yes, sir.
Went to the airport.
That was a very open-ended. I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went?
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were going to get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were going to get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant, or they got the warrant?
That they were going to try and get one. That decision when they decided that they were going to get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock.
When they obtained it, or when they decided?
When they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're going to get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant, but that was the decision, I thought, at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock. So you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there?
No.
Okay. And they noted someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two. Yeah, either calling me or I called them.
Okay, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newland, I'm sure.
Okay, all right. So he says we've decided we're going to try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So an agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him, and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes, This is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just the Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I believe I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please. At the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
That's kind of new to me. At the time you left Tallahassee, were you aware that Donna's former attorney had spoken about her ability to travel? He wasn't aware that if they should get a warrant, she should be allowed to turn herself in. That's news to me. So let me make sure that I heard that.
Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant.
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained. Please approach.
All right, so if they did get a warrant, she should be allowed to turn herself in. That's kind of new. Never heard that one before. All right, so far as the, what evidence is more harming against Donna? The phone call regarding the Vietnam flight, 50% of you thought that. Phone calls to Charlie in general, 24% thought that. Her reaction to the bump, 14% of you thought that. And Dan's car tag number in her planner, 10% thought that. And then is Miss Fulford creating doubt with her cross? 60% said, is it time to order pizza yet? 28% says she swings and misses. 9% says she's gotten in a few jabs. And 1% said she's landing blow after blow. Yes. So she is creating doubt with her cross. I have another idea for a poll. Oh, wait, we have one right now. How does not having a warrant until Donna leaving the country impact your opinion of her guilt? So that's what Miss Fulford's going for. She's like, well, you have all of this mountain of evidence, 9 years, 10 years of evidence. You've convicted 4 people. Well, 3, and then the other one was already took a plea deal. You have all this evidence. You have phone calls. You have the bump. You have text messages.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Agent, special agent?
Either or.
Titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid. Now, some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese. You may,
No,
but it has it in English. The same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down...
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay, so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
The top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably. There might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were going to be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were going to leave?
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're going to obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, you saw them?
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this. So the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6. Well, let me say it this way. It was obtained around 5. It was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airports when I found out it was obtained.
Okay. And when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across then there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal. It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but when you're walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side.
correct.
All right.
And there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores, so it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean,
seated or standing, one of the two, but they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay. The flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrant's issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time.
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them?
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been
Absolutely.
able to see?
Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating, maybe 20 minutes.
Okay. And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
Okay. And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there before we got there.
Okay.
There was only like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I believe so, yes ma'am.
Okay, all right. So they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe, yes ma'am.
Okay, so that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you by to board the plane.
Yes ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors, and it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay, and that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested?
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway?
Yes ma'am.
Not actually get on the plane?
No ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they're through the jetway, by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating.
Right.
Where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people, and then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them going to get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are going to open, and that's where you're going to take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side. Yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane. They're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you going to take her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No, ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes, ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
checked luggage.
Right. A couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes?
No.
Okay. And
well, I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
Okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes, ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you?
And she didn't try to hit me, no, ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hand?
No, ma'am. I was very gentle.
Okay. You got the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach.
Lazy Boys, thank you so much for your very generous donation. Really appreciate that. 20 Trial TV Live gifted memberships. Lots of people got them. Brenda Mayer got one. Dot McFarlane, Bonnie, Karen Cole, the real Roy G. Biv, Laura Dad. Oh, that's awesome. Out and About with Di. Bite Me. Very nice. Marsh. Very, very nice. Really appreciate that. So, how does not having a warrant until Donna leaving the country impact your opinion of her guilt? What do you guys think? There's a poll out there, so if you have a moment, take a moment to answer our poll. And do you think she's creating any doubt with her cross? 60% said it's time to order pizza. 28% said she swings and misses.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room and you will finish with cross-examination.
Everyone can be seated. We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
All right, hold on a sec. Let me rewind that a little bit. Sounds like he's just said the cross is done. The pizza. 28% said she swings and misses.
The bailiff will take you to the jury room and you will finish with cross-examination.
Oh, we'll finish with cross-examination. Okay. Then we'll finish with cross-examination. I thought he said they were finished with cross-examination. All right, sends the jury out. He's sending him out for 5 minutes and they'll continue. I could have sworn he said cross-examination is done, but... All right. Let's go through her cross. So she's trying to be all shucksy, you know. It's been a long, you know. We've played a lot of phone calls. We may replay all of them. She's like, just kidding. So she's trying to make lighthearted. He's the lead investigator for the FBI. Donna writes things down when she has something on her mind. Charlie can't shut up when he has something on his mind. They talk a lot. Then she starts talking about, traffic in South Florida. Yeah, traffic in South Florida stinks. I think I posted, anybody who knows 95 from Maine down to Miami, 95 stinks. Not fun, not pleasant to drive on 95. Let's see. Charlie was trying to encourage Katie to call. Charlie tells Donna not to worry because she's done nothing wrong. They go over the killers following Dan. They go over the communication with Wendy and Dan. Dan leaving the voicemail. Dan was being friendly. Dan didn't know what was going to happen. Yeah. There's a lot of emails and texts. There's hundreds and thousands of emails. Sigfredo was interviewed and released and then bought 2 burner phones. Dan and Harvey, okay, so then let's see, traveled out of the country before. Oh, so she says, yeah, Dan and Donna and Harvey have traveled out of the country before and have come back. What's the big deal? Let's see. So then she gets into Charlie's defense was that he was being extorted. She talks about Catherine's proffers. Catherine lied straight up during her trials. He says, I would classify them as not forthcoming. And then she goes, so Catherine, not forthcoming. She said that. I mean, that was a real slap in his face. I'm like, that wasn't cool. Why are you doing that? Why are you throwing his words back at him and doing that? He's not familiar with Katie's testimony at Charlie's trial. She says, that's okay. We'll get that information and get that to the jury. Like, okay. Again, why didn't Georgia, object to that? That's like total, like snarky, inappropriate, comment. You don't, anyway. Then she says, may I have a moment? I left something at my table. Then we play the trip to Vietnam. So that was on a Friday. Monday morning, he found out about it. He was home at Tallahassee and he got the call from his contact. Now, this contact, he says, is a government agency, right? So it's not just one person monitoring them. It's a government agency that monitors traveling overseas. They never got a warrant for Donna until that call. So until she makes that, or until she's talking to Charlie and she says that, they never got a warrant. So she's kind of laying the groundwork right here. They had plans to return. Did you know that they had plans to return because the grandchild, one of the grandkids, had a bar mitzvah? He was not aware of that. He was not involved in getting the warrant. That was the state's decision. So all the investigations and all the evidence and still no warrant. So it wasn't until Donna was on that trip that the warrant is obtained. And then she asks, were you aware that someone called Jason Newland? And Jason Newland testified earlier. He testified. He was number 7. He testified day 2. He was the seventh witness. He brought in the emails and the divorce filings. All right. So he says, I'm not, and Mr. Sanford says, no, I'm not aware of that. And then again, Ms. Fulford says, sorry, I thought you knew that. That's those little snarky little comments. I'm not a fan of those. Okay, so then he goes to the airport. So he met with an FBI agent that was there at the airport, and then Ms. Fulford consults her table. So the time you left Tallahassee to Miami, were you aware my client Donna's attorney had spoken about her ability to travel because there was no warrant? That's news to me. I don't remember that. I hadn't heard that before. If they should get a warrant, she should be allowed to turn herself in. That was objected to. That was hearsay. There was a sidebar for that. Sidebar for that. Then when they come back, Ms. Fulford says, I lost my train of thought. Then she's like, she approaches the witness, Mr. Sanford, with what is labeled defense exhibit number 60. And it was Donna's visa to travel to Vietnam. So it was from November 13th to, and she says November 2nd. He's like, well, I believe that's February 11th because you got the 11/2/11, so she was incorrect with that. It was to February. So it was 90 days. And it was issued for tourism, and it was good for single and multiple entries. So then we get to him being at the airport. So he's at the gate, he's waiting. The warrant was issued at 5 that evening, and he found out about it at 6 as he's arriving. So let's see, he stayed away from the gate because he knew that the Adelsons had watched the trials. Remember, they didn't come to any trials, they just watched them. They were not there for, at least I didn't see them for Charlie's trial. And if they were, I didn't see them. I didn't see them in the gallery. Let's see, someone else was monitoring, and then let's see. Okay, yeah, somebody else was monitoring them. Then he did see them with other passengers. So their flight was at 8:10. This was really good. This was a good question. So who was not in plain clothes? The ones wearing uniforms. Let's see. They waited about 20 minutes. The officers weren't in disguise, right? They weren't in wigs, hats, or glasses. No, they were not. So they had a couple of carry-ons, and then they had a couple of checked luggage that was checked. So they waited for her to go through the gate, then to arrest him. So my interpretation of that is, yeah, we wanted to make sure that they were truly going to go get on that flight, and then we're going to arrest you versus they're just sitting around. I mean, that's the way I took it. Let's see. No one is watching this. Chat slowed. All right. JRN, they were, let's see, they were big scared. Caffeinated teacher, no country is going to approve a visa if they told the truth of trying to be arrested for helping delete someone. Yeah, I think I posted that. I said there was no box that says, check this, no box that I could check that says fleeing the country to avoid prosecution, right? Intent to flee, right? Versus just hanging out at an airport. Nessie, thank you for watching. Helen, yeah, no wigs, nose, mustache. Yep. Richard, yes, it's the same as shoplifting. You wait until last point of checkout to pounce, right? Thank you. I mean, she's trying. I mean, I'll give her that. She's trying. Yeah, he said just a 5-minute break. He sent the jury out. They're probably talking right now. I'm sure they're talking. And I don't know if you caught it, but right before the camera went up to the seal, Agent Sanford, he kind of looked at his watch, and then they pulled off of him and they went up to the. If you guys rewind, let's see. Judge said 5-minute break, and it's already been 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes. Yeah, you go back 9 minutes or so, and right as they're pulling, yeah, he looks at his watch. You go back about 9 minutes. He stands up. He looks at his watch. He doesn't tap it, but he looks at his watch. So he might have to be somewhere, Aw, Pammy. Squeak capture rule. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Let's see. Carla, the defense attorney is boring and not asking the right questions, in your opinion. Rafa wants more pizza. Yes. Pizza is filling the air right now. How about the smirk? Let's see. How about the smirk when Judge says break? Yes. Yeah. No, I saw that too. Let's see. Phil says thinking the same. I want to pull this one up. RCK, what's Georgia doing for lunch? So let's see, Phyllis, you were thinking the same as Lily. I wonder if they will come back from break to announce it's lunchtime. I'm pretty sure they did that yesterday. I think they did that yesterday. I've got some hungry cats. Hungry cats are waiting for food. They usually, let's see, it was usually around noon they break, and then they come back at 1:15. Judge Everett usually gives them that hour and then that extra 15 minutes, I guess, for travel and, getting up and down the elevators. So, Richard, I was once on the stand 2 days on cross. How long was Jodi Arias? Wasn't she like 30 days, 35 days? Let me see. How long was Jodi Arias on the stand? House long. How long was Jodi Arias on the stand? She was only 18 days. Okay, it took a total of 18 days, but it felt like there was weekends in between, but it felt like it was longer than 18 days. So 18 days on the witness stand. How about that? Can you imagine 18 days? Chris, good day, everyone. Was listening this morning and fell back asleep. I enjoy listening how this channel started. Started after the kitty eating pizza. I giggled, fell asleep again. Nice. Psychosaurus Rex, oh my God, what? She was on the stand for a month? 18 days. Yeah, 18 days. Yep, 18 days. But it felt like it was like a month because, of course, there's weekends. All right, sounds like they're coming back.
continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie McBanawa has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie McBanawa has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie McBanawa and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did she say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect by the state.
You didn't have any direct evidence. Did you have any circumstantial evidence?
A lot.
Is it up to this jury to decide if the evidence is sufficient?
That's correct.
You were asked if you had any input on the timing of the arrest, and why did you arrest when you did? That wasn't your decision to make, was it?
No.
And when did you decide you had probable cause to make an arrest of Donna Adelson?
Personally?
It's beyond the scope of direct, Your Honor, and this is an opinion testimony.
Yes, it is. You were asked your opinion, weren't you?
Sustained, Ms. Couple.
You were not the person responsible for making that decision of when to go to Miami and put handcuffs on her, were you?
No, it was not.
Okay. You were asked about Charlie's defense. Wasn't Charlie's defense that he was being extorted? And was part of that defense that he brought his mother in on that, didn't he? He told her about it.
That's correct.
Okay, so they were both being extorted over the course of almost 2-year period before the bump, right?
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay, and that's why she was writing those checks. She was being extorted.
That's correct.
And another part of that defense was that although they were being extorted, the payroll checks weren't actually going to Catherine McBanawa. She was just cashing them and then giving the money to somebody else.
That's correct. That's what he said.
Okay. And that's needed to explain why he was so friendly with her, both in those calls and on the text and so forth, right?
It's all explain everything, yes.
It's not typically going to be send an I love you text to your extortionist, right?
Correct.
So it was, oh, I didn't know she was in on it, but now I realize she is.
Correct. He realized it after the fact, so he said.
Okay. And the killers, according to Charlie Adelson, came to Tallahassee unsolicited, unprovoked. Nobody hired them. They came and just killed Dan Markel and then hoped to be able to get some money out of Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson later.
That is what Charlie Adelson said.
Okay. And since Charlie Adelson didn't have enough money in his safe that night, the killers, through the mediator of Catherine McBanawa, agreed to put him on a layaway plan to pay this money over time.
That's correct. It was a layaway plan for the extortion.
Part of the checks that Donna Adelson signed were the layaway plan to the gang member extortionists.
That's correct. That's what he said.
All right. And you were asked also about the bar mitzvah. Do you know when the bar mitzvah was?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at the defendant's planner for 2014?
Yes. So January 14th at 10:30 a.m. is Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
I'm sorry, I said 2014. That's not what I meant.
Oh, sorry.
What year was the bar mitzvah?
Should have been.
This is how I caused the confusion last time.
This would have been 2023, I believe.
Well,
No, I can't see it.
sorry. I mean,
Sorry, I have something to
it's
refer
no
to.
problem, Mike.
Sorry.
What year did she
Oh,
try to board the plane?
yeah, 2023.
She tried to board the plane in 2023. We now know the bar mitzvah was scheduled to take place in January 2024, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it was a few months after she was scheduled to get on the plane.
That's correct.
And she knew that when she booked the plane because it's in the planner, right?
Correct.
Okay, so she knew if she was coming back for that bar mitzvah, she needed to be back no later than January 14th, right?
Correct.
Did she book a flight to return in time to attend the bar mitzvah on January 14th?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a one-way ticket, wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. There's nothing inherently illegal about traveling to Vietnam, is there?
No.
Okay, she didn't get arrested for going to Vietnam, did she?
No, ma'am.
I want to ask you about one other thing. The calls. You were asked about the snippets of the calls. That was Ms. Fulford's word, snippet. Did you participate in helping select the portions of the calls that we ended up publishing to this jury?
Some, yes.
All right. And what was the intent or purpose of selecting the portions that were selected?
So we didn't torture everyone with listening to constant Charlie Adelson and everybody else talking about things that are not relevant to the case.
All right. I mean, that was the goal. I'm not sure we accomplished it. But we made selections we thought would be helpful.
Correct.
Did we include what we thought was the appropriate context so that things would not be taken out of context?
That's correct, we did.
If the jury has concerns about that, are the totality of the duration of all of those calls that were played available on State's Exhibit 99 for them to review in the jury room?
They are.
All right, one moment, please, Your Honor. Nothing further, Judge.
Agent Sanford, you may finally step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Will he be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
You better run while the getting's good.
I'm going.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point in time. Once again, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. Do not seek out any other outside information from the courtroom as well. We will resume with the trial today. Take a look at the clock. We'll resume at 1:45. Please report by 1:40. Enjoy your lunch break. Everyone can be seated. Before we go into the break, there is one record matter that I need to address with both the defendant and the attorneys. Ms. Adelson, if you please can rise so I can swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Yes. You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, concerning the listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Bird and Drina Bernhard, you have discussed with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses.
Yes.
I need you to speak up so you can be clearly heard.
Yes.
You also understand how the cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense.
couldn't hear. Will fit.
You understand how this cross-examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense for the case.
Yes.
And you have consented to this particular strategy.
Yes.
And Mr. Zellman, in the matter that we discussed previously at sidebar, as to the strategy, there are no other issues that the defense needs to bring to the court's attention.
Based on the court's ruling previously and reinforced this morning, no, Your Honor.
If the attorneys can approach briefly as well.
All right, no, the state's not resting. They're bringing in two witnesses. Bernhard, they're bringing in the snitches. They're bringing in the jailhouse snitches. They're bringing in Bernhard. They're bringing in the two jailhouse snitches. So this has to do with her strategy on how they're going to cross. So maybe she's going to cross them. Maybe she's going to cross them. I'm not sure. She says she wants to testify. Yeah, I heard Bernhard. I missed the other name, but that's Bernhard is the jailhouse snitch. Let me see if I can pick up that name again. Okay, hold on.
Examination strategy will fit into your theory of defense. You understand how this cross-examination theory. You witnesses. Discuss with your counsel the cross-examination strategy for these two witnesses. Counsel Patricia Byrd and concerning these listed state witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and
Patricia Byrd.
At this time, we will have our lunch break as well. The parties will need to report back by 1:40. Once the jurors are ready, we will continue with the remaining witnesses. Ms. Kappelman, as far as the number of witnesses that we still have remaining, the state intends to call them all today.
What's the original plan, Judge? We'll do what we can do.
Best laid plans. All right, assuming that the state's case will need to extend in any way into Tuesday as to the last of the listed witnesses, the defense will need to be prepared to argue any mid-trial motions and have all witnesses ready to begin on Tuesday as well if the state does not finish today.
Yes, sir. I believe our first witness is the one that's going to be flying in from the West Coast. She'll be in town Sunday evening. We'll prep with her Monday, and she'll be here Tuesday. Her flight out, I don't think on Tuesday evening is until after 5, so we'll have plenty of time for her testimony.
All right, we'll resume at 1:40.
Thank you.
All right, so Patricia Byrd and I want to say Sandra Bernhard, but no, it's
Bernhard. State witnesses for this afternoon, Patricia Byrd and Drina Bernhard.
and Drina, right, and Drina Bernhard. So those are not Trina, but Drina, D-R-I-N-A, Drina Bernhard. So it sounds like the state is trying to rest today. It sounds like they're trying to rest today. They only have, these are their last two witnesses. So she had a witness list of 57. Her witness list was, the state's witness list was 57, but now they're on witness 23 and 24, it sounds like. So it sounds like they're trying to rest. Drina, yeah. Sounds like they're trying to rest today. Interesting stuff. And then the defense, so the defense would be ready to go on Tuesday, but in the event that the state needs to go into Tuesday a little bit, the defense still needs to be ready to go on Tuesday. Wow. So Charlie's not, doesn't sound like Charlie is, doesn't sound like, he was on the list, but it does not sound like he's going to testify. He was on the state's list, Kelly, but sounds like she only has two more. From what I'm interpreting, Elizabeth, it doesn't sound like Charlie's going to testify for the state. Doesn't sound like he's going to testify. He's on the list for the state, but it does not sound like he's going to testify for them. So we'll have to wait and see. So we got through cross. So it sends the jury out. Okay, so not asking for your belief or opinion, you're asking for direct evidence. There's no direct connection between Donna and Luis and Sigfredo. Katie met Donna once for dental work, and there's no direct connection between them. Donna in all the evidence, all the phone calls, all the text messages, did Donna ever say she wants Danny killed? She's planning on killing him. She's doing all this, doing all that. No, there was no direct evidence. So then Ms. Kappelman gets back up and says, do you have, okay, you don't have direct evidence, but do you have circumstantial evidence? He's like, a lot. And then it's up to the jury to determine this, right? Yes. And then Ms. Fulford starts to talk, or jumps up and says, objection, that's an opinion testimony. And George is like, yes, it is. That was sustained. Judge Everett says, Ms. Kappelman, just, take it easy. Oh, and I've got, all right, kitties had to be fed. Thank you, Aaron, for feeding the kitties. They were getting a little, oh, there's her tail. Oh, hi. Yeah, hi. Super Bowl. The kittens were getting a little rambunctious there, so I had to ask Aaron to quickly emergency feed them, and she did. So thank you, Aaron. All right, so then Judge asks Donna to rise to be sworn in. Then he says, regarding the witnesses today, Patricia Bird and Drina Bernhard, have you discussed with your counsel the cross strategy and how it fits into your defense? And she says, yes. So the state intends to call remaining witnesses today. Ms. Kappelman's like, that's my intention. And he's like, well, best laid plans. So if the state needs to extend into Tuesday, the defense will need to be prepared to begin on Tuesday. And the defense says their first witness is flying in from the West Coast on Sunday. So if the state ends today and if they rest today at 3, which I don't think they will because they have to get through 2 witnesses, maybe they will. So it sounds like we're going to be done until Tuesday because the defense's first witness is coming in from the West Coast on Sunday. So to me, it sounds like the defense won't start until Tuesday at the best. Bird is the word, yes. The bird is the word. All right. We're done until 1:45, which is an hour. I'll hang with you guys for a little bit, and then we can get to we can get to the kitties. We'll get to kitty cam in a little bit. What are you guys up to? Let's see. Lucky, look at Super Bowl here. Super Bowl. Hi. Hi. It's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Come here. Come say hello. Hi. Super Bowl's doing a post-lunch cleanup. Post-lunch cleanup. Spit and chips, the checks signed by Donna, that is direct evidence. Kathy, kitties were rattling utensils against the bowl. They were pounding. They were like pounding on the chair. They literally were jumping all over the chair. Surely I will have a great lunch. Yes. Lazy boy, skinny cow kitty. Super Bowl looks so soft. She is Psychosaurus Rex. She is. All right, Pammy, gonna go make a fajita. See you in a bit. Arwen, why could the defense possibly call? I don't understand that. Why could the defense possibly call? Give me a little bit more context on that. A little bit more context. Ed, is Donna guilty? Orange Cat ambushes one of the others. Yes, Orange Cat behaves. No. JMS, there is something about Donna wrote a script for the jailhouse snitches and in it tells them to say good things about her. Yes, that is true. We actually have that. In the PDF. Let me see if I can pull that up. Okay. right, so this was the motion in limine. During her interviews, Ms. Bernhard was interviewed on December 20th of 2024, January 13th, 2025, January 29th of 2025, and February 11th of 2025. That's just a bunch of redactions. Let me go to the decision here. All right, so this was August 21st. This was the motion granting the motion to suppress. So they wanted to suppress. They wanted the defense wanted to suppress these. Okay, here we go. So state alleges. Let's see. Donna Adelson moves this court to statement she allegedly made to Drina, D-R-I-N-A, Drina Bernhard. So he was saying, he was saying Patricia Bird as well. So Drina Bernhard, the recordings of her interviews. Okay, so state discloses the existence of 2 jailhouse informants, including Drina Bernhard. So although recordings of her interviews with law enforcement were provided, the undersigned was unable to depose Ms. Bernhard until August 11th because Bernhard had violated her probation and pretrial release conditions and could not be located. Bernhard was arrested on her warrants August 5th, and she was deposed. Then the state disclosed another witness, Mickey Easterwood, who was also incarcerated with Adelson and Bernhard, and provided a recorded interview which took place at Jason Newland and Patrick Sanford's with them. So during this interview, among other statements, Miss Easterwood disclosed that rather than Bernhard merely listening to Adelson make comments or make statements about her case, Bernhard also asked Adelson questions. Bernhard testified she met Adelson in the annex. Bernhard was initially interviewed by Joshua Turner. During this interview, Turner provided Bernhard with his contact info. Subsequent to the interview, Bernhard wrote a letter to Turner. A copy of the letter is attached. Adelson called Bernhard her jailed daughter. During these recorded interviews, law enforcement told Bernhard not to ask Adelson questions and just listen to whatever Adelson said about the case. So they kind of turned her into this snitch, if you will. Bernhard testified she provided written documents to Turner of what Adelson instructed Bernhard to say when testifying on 10 different occasions. She later testified this happened more than 10 times. All right, so then Mickey Easterwood informed law enforcement Bernhard questioned and manipulated Adelson. Easterwood said it was very obvious she was trying to get information out of Donna. All right, let me see if I can, let's get to the letter. Oh, the letter is all redacted. The letter is completely redacted. So the letter is completely redacted. So apparently Donna asked Bernhard to write, to say certain things on the stand. So that's what this is going to be about. So Bernhard, Bird, and Easterwood. Donna is cooked. Bernhard said Donna is a talker. So are the snitches being called by the state? Yes. Shay, yes. These are the last, according to what we just heard, these are the state's last 2 witnesses. So there's only going to be 2 more witnesses according to the state. All right. Idea Pants poll. If evidence shows that she researched non-extradition countries and she was traveling to one, her intent is implied. I would think so too. You used to call them rat finks. Yeah. Dirty rat. Don't snitches get stitches? Yes, they do. All right. Little kittens are going crazy, so I think it's time to get them on. Let's get them on. Let's pull the kitties on board. All right. I'll see you guys in like 45 minutes or so. All right, how was everybody's lunch? Mallory, kitties are hilarious. Makes lunch break go so fast. Yes. Mike, went to Winn-Dixie for coffee, Walmart for everything else. Sounds good. Chris, I had to catch up, but too painful to watch all the cross, so kitties won. There you go. Kelly, I've been catching up on some of Charlie's old testimony, and he sounds so silly. So many far-fetched stories, like seriously. See, Lisa says, thank you for sharing your kitty fam with us. No problem. Thank you for watching. Excuse me. Mike says he's not as jointed as the cat. Oh, looks like your life. Lie around licking yourself all day. JR and kitties make my day. Aw. Thank you for sharing them with us. No problem. So glad you guys like them. They are fun. They're fun little dudes. Winn-Dixie's local supermarket like Kroger's, like one step down from Walmart. Yeah, Winn-Dixie, Publix. That's what we have in Florida. We have a Winn-Dixie that's closer to us right now, but we have a Publix that we go to often as well. Aldi's, do you like Aldi's as well? Aldi's bought Winn-Dixie, Mike. I'm sure you knew that already. Yes, little dudes and dudettes. Look at me encouraging you to be worse. I think you got that well in hand, Mike. Hellrider, hey, just got back with a telling trial. This is so... wait, just got back. What a telling trial. This is so ova. Yeah, agreed. Joanne, back from errands and lunch. Melissa, Kelly, I imagine Donna's testimony is going to sound just as silly. Jaren, love Aldi's, or Aldi. Cats are incredibly flexible. I try to, when I do my stretches, I'm always thinking about how cats are so just flexible, even into their elder years. They just always maintain their flexibility. Cats always land on their feet. That is true. That is true. Publix is cool, a little too expensive for you. I do find that. Publix is like, say, if something at Winn-Dixie, for us, from what I've been able to see, from what I buy, because I go to both, like something will be $10 at Winn-Dixie, it'll be like $12 or $13. Like lemons at Publix are like $1 each, 99 each. At Winn-Dixie, they're like 79. But like we get, I buy blueberries all the time. We always get the frozen blueberries. I buy fresh when they're in season, but when they're not, I get the frozen. And yeah, it's like $10 for a big bag of blueberries from Winn-Dixie. And Publix, it was like 12 or 13. The wine is like fairly the same, usually about $2 difference. I always find that Publix is always about $2 or $3 more expensive. Aldi's will eventually phase out the Southeastern grocer brand. JRN, I go to Walmart and Aldi, sometimes Kroger. Eric, I love a good Piggly Wiggly. We don't have Piggly Wigglies here. I'm pretty sure we do not have Piggly Wiggly. Woke says, while on break, I peeked into another Law Tubers channel with 27,000 viewers. Let me just say, I was repulsed by the cursing and overall bad attitude. Love it here. Clean, fun, and enjoyable. Well, thank you, Woke. Appreciate that. Does Publix being employee owned help make it any better? Does Publix being employee owned help make it any better? I've known at least two people that were managers. We worked with one woman directly. She was a manager, and then she was a manager before. Then she came and worked for a marketing company, and then the IT's wife managed a Publix as well. Does it make it better? Possibly. I mean, it could be. I guess you take more pride, right? If you own it, you always take more pride in what you own versus not, I guess. Do Publix employees speak English like Walmart? Oh, unlike Walmart? I can't speak to that. You know what? I've never actually been in a Walmart, you guys. I'll tell you the honest truth. I've never been in a Walmart. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been in a Walmart. My bro snacks on your brother snacks on frozen blueberries, eats them like candy. I love blueberries. That's like I've been eating blueberries for breakfast since probably like 95 or something like that. Yeah, I love blueberries. They're antioxidants, so I'm always like, hey, why not? Stop and Shop, where the Kenton PD get their bags for evidence. Nice. Sure Life, whoop, back in time. Yes. Doesn't Florida have the most Walmarts? Possibly. I don't know. I've never been to one. Yeah, I've never been to one. No reason to. I've got no reason to go to one. I've never been a fan of the big conglomerates. I like mom and pops, but unfortunately, I try to go to the farmers markets. We have farmers markets where we live. Farms. We actually have farms, and they have fresh produce, so I go to them when I can. But I've never been a fan of the box stores. Unfortunately, you have to sometimes here and there. But living in New York City, I remember I loved mom and pops. I love the delis. I love the smaller chains, if you will. But the mom and pops, I just loved. And I remember Barnes and Noble would come in and they would buy out. They'd set up two Barnes and Nobles like on one block, and they would totally get rid of one or two mom and pop bookstores. And I was just like, that was kind of the beginning of the end for me of like the box stores. I never liked that practice. I hated it back then, and I have carried that ever since. I like the smaller stores. Belle, I've never been down the murder aisle. No, I never have been. Never been to a Starbucks. Let's see. I agree. I love smaller stores. Yeah. Excited utterance. I've never been to a Starbucks. I have been to a Starbucks, but I'm not a fan of coffee, so I've just gone in just because my friends have gone in or whatever. Maybe just to use Wi-Fi, something like that. Never been to Walmart. Blasphemy. Is that what Sure Life is saying? That is against life itself. Yes. Oh, Sure Life. Are you? Am I on your list now? Yeah, I don't know. I have nothing against it. It's not like I'm, whatever, but I prefer smaller mom and pop stores. If I can. You can't always. You can't. You can't always do that, because where we live now, it's, we have farms and we have farmers markets, and these farms sell, they have their produce. So you go there and you can actually pick. There's at least one farm that I know of that you can pick your own. When things are in season, you can go and pick, which is cool. Yep, Allie, I have never been to a Walmart. Time to take me on a Walmart shop. Well, what's okay? So what is the benefit of a Walmart other than having everything there for you? I get the benefit. I'm not saying I'm against it. I get the benefit. I can see it. Walmart is great for people watching. If you're into that sort of thing, I love to people watch. I am definitely a big people watcher. Sinbad, I love shopping at local shops, but our Walmart has destroyed all the mom and pop stores. Yep, that's true. Only two Fricey stores in Appomattox now, Walmart and Kroger. Lily Wayne says, I like Walmart because you can get almost everything on your list in one place. Now, Target, I would go to Target a lot. Target, I went to a lot. I would go to Target a lot. Mike says, I got good Pikes Peak coffee today at Winn-Dixie for $4.50. It's a Starbucks brand. Google people at Walmart. It's funny. I'm sure. JRN, okay, I hate going in Walmart. I do curbside pickup. Sounds like that.
Everyone can be seated. The jury, I hope you had an enjoyable lunchtime. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Grossman.
Please raise your right hand, Detective. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Sure. Jonathan Grossman, Jonathan Grossman.
How are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office since January of 2011.
What about before that?
I was a police officer with the Miami-Dade Schools Police Department since 2004.
And were you called upon to assist in a murder case that happened here in Tallahassee?
I was.
All right. Were you asked to assist with the search warrant of the defendant's residence?
I was.
Where is that residence?
It's located at 2127 Brickell Avenue, apartment 1602.
And when was the search warrant conducted?
November 14th, 2023.
As part of the search warrant, did you take photos of the residence?
Yes, photographs were taken.
All right, I'm going to show you some of those, which I've marked as 143 through 163. Just take a moment to look through those.
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the residence as it appeared that day?
Yes.
At this time, I'd ask to move into evidence 143 through 163.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 143 through 163 are admitted.
May I
Please
publish?
silence all devices. Yes, you may publish.
Publishing states 144. Is it a condominium located in a high-rise?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And States Exhibit 145. Is this kind of the view from the entrance to the residence?
Yes, ma'am. That would be closest to the front door, looking in.
And did you observe some luggage there in the residence? I guess toward the entryway?
Yes, there was luggage.
States 147. Why this won't focus for us? Seems to be better when it's zoomed in. Or not. States 148. Use the luggage tags.
Yes.
Consistent with destination Saigon by way of Dubai.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 150. As part of the search warrant, did you see some camera equipment?
Yes, we did.
Overview. Did you also take possession of some visas? Publishing states 149. Vietnam visas?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Approach and show you what's been marked as states 129 and 130. Are those the visas that were seized?
Yes.
In whose name are those visas?
One is Harvey Adelson, and the other is Donna Adelson.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as they were when you seized them?
Yes, sir.
Move into evidence 129 and 130, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
129 and 130 are admitted.
Publishing States Exhibit 146. Did you seize this day planner?
We did.
Is this planner, is this how it was, open like this when you found it?
Yes, it was.
Approaching the states 59 and 59A. Showing you 59 first. Is that the day planner that you see that's pictured on the screen there?
Yes, it is.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 59.
Any objection?
I'm sorry. Strike that. I wasn't moving it in. 59A served, showing you that now. The intention, Judge, is just to have 59 identified and 59A admitted. Sir, 59A, have you had an opportunity to examine it?
I recall part of it from the 59.
Okay, and does 59A contain fair and accurate copies of pages from 59?
From what it appears, yes.
This time I'd ask to move to evidence 59A.
Any objection?
No objection.
59A is admitted.
Publishing States 143. Was this note present there at the residence?
It was.
Where was this note found?
It was found on the floor in one of the bedrooms.
Okay, and it appears to be offering some information about an M11 gun to be sold.
Correct.
Yeah, you did say the date of that the search was conducted, but in case anybody missed it, will you say it again, please?
Sure, November 14th, 2023.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You came all the way from Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverdi, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of?
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist, and we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything the dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm just going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not. Okay. All right. Let me see here just a second. Did you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc., if it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, etc., etc.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that, so it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on 160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there on the...
Okay. Did you all, excuse me. Do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No.
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so,
Okay.
yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall
You don't recall?
what time we left. It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m. So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought. When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please. One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, Detective. Will he be recalled?
No, sir.
You are released, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Please call your next witness.
State calls Patricia Bird.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. Taylor Brandon, if you can, adjust the microphone for her if she needs it.
Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
Patricia Bird.
Thank you.
P-A-T-R-I-C-I-A. Bird, B-Y-R-D.
And are you in custody at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Are you in custody for violating your probation on a felony case?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that for that felony case, if you were convicted as charged, that you could receive up to 15 years in prison for that felony?
Yes.
And is that felony that you're in custody for, is that the only felony that you've been convicted of?
Yes, I have a pending case.
Thank you. So do you also have another pending case?
Yes.
That you haven't been convicted of yet, but it is still pending?
Yes.
And that pending case, is that case in Wakulla County?
Yes.
For that case, if you're convicted as charged in that case, could you receive up to 5 years in prison for that case?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that you're in custody on from Leon County is the only felony you've been convicted of then?
Yes.
Have you received any offer or promises in exchange for your testimony in this case?
No.
Were you in custody with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
For about how long?
Maybe about 6 or 7 months.
And was this at Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Were you and Donna Adelson in the same pod?
Yes.
What does that mean?
We're in the same, it's a open pod, it's open bay, where a lot of bunk beds are together.
Okay, so a lot of women are in there together?
Yes.
Okay, so you sleep in the same room as some of these women?
Yes.
And how close did you sleep to Donna Adelson?
Right next to her.
All right, and if you're in the same pod, do you have your meals together with the other women in the pod?
Yes.
Do you have like your downtime where you're watching TV or reading or writing, all those things together with the same women in the pod?
Yes.
When you were in the same pod with Donna Adelson for those months, did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
How often would you talk to her?
Every day, all day.
Who else was she close to in the pod?
Drina Bernhard.
Okay. Did she have a couple of other people she was close to as well?
Yes.
Were you and Drina the closest?
Yes.
To her, I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you and Donna Adelson became close friends, did she ever talk to you about her pending case, this case?
She did.
When y'all would have those conversations, did you ever outright ask her whether she did what she's accused of?
I did.
And what did she say to that?
She said she did. It was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Okay, so she said she did do it, and she did it to keep her grandkids.
Yes.
But she didn't expect it to go this far.
Yes.
Did Donna Adelson ever ask if you were ever in custody with a woman named Catherine McBanois?
Yes, she did.
And were you ever in custody with Catherine McBanois?
Yes.
Was that several years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long were you in custody with McBanois for?
About a year or two.
Now, did you tell Donna Adelson that? Did you let her know that you had been in custody with McBanois?
Yes.
Since you had been in custody with McBanois, once Donna Adelson knew that, what did Donna Adelson want you to do?
She wanted me to say that McBanois told me when we killed him, I knew my boyfriend's parents had money.
Okay, so basically, she and some other people did this crime, and they did it because her boyfriend's parents had money.
Yes.
Who did she want you to tell that to?
She wanted me to tell it to whoever came up and asked me about it, and the investigators.
Okay. Did she offer you anything in exchange for you providing that information?
Yes.
What did she offer you?
A trailer and some land, and she would have her husband fix my teeth.
Okay. So, like, if you got out of custody, she'd help you buy a trailer and land?
Yes.
And that her husband could fix your teeth?
Yes.
Like veneers?
Yes.
Now, was any of that true as far as did McBanois ever say those things to you?
No, she did not.
Did Donna Adelson give you other gifts while in custody?
Yes.
Like what?
She would buy canteen and she would bring it over to my bed.
What's canteen?
Canteen is food that we buy off commissary.
Okay. It's kind of like chips and candy and other things that
and noodles and stuff like that.
Okay. But it costs money to buy those things?
Yes.
Okay. But she would buy those or extra and she'd give it to you?
Yes.
Now, did you ever speak to her attorneys or investigators who came to the jail to see what information that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether you spoke to a man or a woman?
It was a woman.
Did you tell them the information you told us today?
I did.
Did you tell them that that information that McBanois said was true or not true?
It was not true.
Okay. But that Donna Adelson wanted you to say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did those people for the defense who came to see who may have information, who else did they speak to?
They spoke to Elizabeth Knight and Brittany Purcell and Cassidy Conroy.
Did they speak to Drina Bernhard?
Yes, they did.
Did you tell your attorney what was going on as far as Donna Adelson wanting you to provide this information that was not true?
I'm not sure if I told him.
I'm talking about your attorney.
My attorney?
Yeah. Did you tell your attorney at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Once you told your attorney that, did an investigator from the state attorney's office come speak to you to get more information about what happened?
They did.
And did you tell him everything that you told us today?
I did.
Just a second. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
You just want to, Your Honor? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator?
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer?
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanawa was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss Magbanawa was manipulative?
I did.
And is that true?
It is.
Okay. Now you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanawa?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Okay. previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times?
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page of my number on that, please?
I don't have it.
I have a objection, proper impeachment.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newland and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20. And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just read that to yourself, please. Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Byrd, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were...
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir. Will you finish what you were going to say, please?
We were in 2 different pods together.
Okay. So did you sleep together, or I'm sorry, sleep in the same pod as her, sleep next to her in one pod and sleep further from her in another pod? What do you mean?
I slept next to her in one pod, and then we slept in the same section in another part of the jail.
Okay. So when you're sleeping in the same section from someone, are you still in the same room with them?
Yes.
Okay. Despite whether you were sleeping next to her or a few beds over from her, did you guys still have downtime each day in the pod together?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk most of the day, every day, for several months at a time?
On a regular basis.
All right. Regardless of how many times the defense sent investigators to talk to you, you did speak to them multiple times.
Yes.
And you also spoke to state attorney's office investigators, is that right?
Yes.
And your own attorney?
Yes.
And you've testified at a prior proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Donna Adelson whether she wrote checks to Catherine McBanois, or did you ask her whether she did what they're accused her of doing?
I asked her if she did what they accused her of.
Okay. And she said yes?
And she said yes.
Thank you.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No, sir. She can be released. Thank you.
Defense.
Potentially, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Byrd, you may be called again by the defense. Please call your next witness.
State calls Drina Bernhard.
Please raise your right hand, Ms. Bernhard. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You can take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Yeah, please say your name and spell your name.
Drina Bernhard, D-R-I-N-A-B-E-R-N-H-A-R-D-T.
Ms. Bernhard, are you currently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you in currently on 2 different felony cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the first case I want to ask you about is the VOP, or violation of probation case. Is that one of your open cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a second-degree felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then also a third-degree felony is also pending, punishable by up to an additional 5 years. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And are both of those cases totally unrelated to the murder case that we're here about in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to ask if you've been promised anything by myself or any member of my team in exchange for your testimony here today.
No, ma'am.
So any leniency or any help with your case, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Has anyone promised you anything?
No.
Okay. Is this your first stint in the Leon County Jail?
No, it's not.
Have you been in and out of jail quite a few times?
I have.
Okay. Do you have 27 prior convictions involving either felonies or crimes of dishonesty?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you recently incarcerated in the Leon County Jail with Donna Adelson?
Yes, I was.
And did you become friendly with her during the time that y'all were both in the jail together?
Yes.
How long were you together in the jail?
I can't remember exactly, maybe around 4 months.
All right. Were you in the same pod that whole 4 months?
Yes.
And when you're in the pod together in jail, is it easier to become friendly than it is on the outside?
Yes.
Why is that?
We're together 24/7, so.
All right. Can you describe your friendship with Mrs. Adelson?
Yes. Initially, it was very nice. She actually called me her jail daughter, and she and I got close. And how much more detail do you want?
Well, by close, did you talk to each other about personal things, like your
Yes.
life?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have a nickname for you besides her jail daughter?
Yes, Sunshine.
Did she paint pictures for you and write notes to you and things like that?
Yes, ma'am.
And approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 61. This is one of the pieces of art and letters that she wrote to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge asked to move into evidence, State 61.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State 61 is the noted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
So is this her initials down here?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the back, is that a little note to you?
Yes, it is.
Dear Drina, I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. Love, Donna. Is that what you wrote?
Yes.
And did you return this type of favor and make little art and things for her as well?
Probably, yes.
Did she ever talk to you about her grandchildren?
Yes, she did.
And did she tell you anything about the type of relationship that she had specifically with the children of the deceased in this case?
Yes, she said she was very close with them, and every now and then she would call them her children.
Okay, and I want to ask you about whether Mrs. Adelson, during the time that y'all were friendly, ever discussed her case with you.
Yes.
Okay, and was her bringing up her case something that she did a lot, or was it only one time?
It was often.
Okay, so it was something that she was talking about daily?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a bunch of different aspects of her case she would talk about, or only one thing?
It was different aspects.
Okay. At some point, did you end up reaching out to law enforcement to report some of the things that she had been saying to you about her case?
Yes, I did.
And why did you do that?
Well, initially I did it for selfish reasons, but more that I spent time with Dawn, I realized that it was morally correct and I wanted to get justice for the Markel family.
Okay, so you felt it was the right thing to do, but you were also hoping to get something out of it.
Yes.
And what kind of thing were you hoping to get out of it?
Just help, lighter sentence, maybe rehab.
Okay, and are you still hoping that might be the outcome for you?
Maybe, but right now I'm more interested in justice for the Markel family.
Did Donna Adelson ever talk to you when she was talking about her case? Did she ever mention any concerns about the testimony of her son, Rob Adelson?
She did. She said she was extremely worried about his testimony.
Okay, so that was something that she brought up often, or only one time?
A few times.
Okay. Did she ever mention to you a state witness by the name of Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes.
And was Ms. Magbanoa somebody that was known to you?
Yes, I knew Miss Magbanoa from being locked up with her years before.
And how did she first bring up Magbanoa to you, or did you bring Magbanoa up to her?
I can't remember exactly how it was brought up. I just know that it was brought to her attention.
Brought to her attention that you knew Magbanoa?
Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did the defendant try to recruit you to become a witness for her in this case?
Yes.
How did she first approach you about that?
She asked me if I would be willing to do it, and I said yes.
Okay. And was this topic discussed one time or more than one time?
More than once.
How many times can you estimate? A lot?
A lot, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And what is it that she wanted you to testify about?
She wanted me to testify about numerous different things about Kay, mostly about Miss Magbanoa.
And Miss Magbanoa, you knew her by the nickname Kay?
Yes.
Okay. And so she had some things she wanted you to say about Kay.
Correct.
At some point, did she prepare a script for you of exactly what she wanted you to testify to?
She did.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize State 62?
I do.
Is this the script that was prepared for you by Ms. Adelson?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Good evidence, State 62.
An objection.
Objection.
State 62 is admitted.
And publish.
You may.
Whose notebook is this?
That's mine.
And who Whose handwriting is this on this first page?
That's Donna's, Miss Adelson.
Okay, so she wrote this in your notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it you were supposed to do with this information?
I was supposed to study it and answer it correctly on the stand for her.
So this is what she wanted you to say in court?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, how did you know Donna Adelson? You were supposed to say everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on TV shows and read it in the newspaper over the years.
Correct.
Do you read the newspaper?
No.
Okay. Did you know much about her or her case prior to coming in contact with her in the Leon County Jail?
No, ma'am.
And what were you supposed to do with this physical script?
I was supposed to copy it down and give it back to her.
Okay, copy it into your own handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you provide this item to my office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it copied and returned to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with it once you returned with the original to the Leon County Jail?
Return it to her.
I'm gonna go down a paragraph here. This says that you approached Mrs. Adelson and told her you had information about Kay that you wanted to give her. Is that true?
No.
This says that Kay told you that she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him. Did Kay ever tell you that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. She asked him to give her the 1/3 of $1 million that he was going to pay his sister so that she could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law not to kill him. Did Kay ever say any of that to you?
No, ma'am.
And then over here continues, but she convinced him that the murderers think a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. So she was, according to this story, extorting money out of Charlie, but he didn't know it. He thought she was his friend, but really she was his enemy. Is that the deal?
Yes, I suppose that's what it's supposed to be.
All right, and did Kay, Catherine McBanoa, ever say any of that to you?
No.
Do you know, are you familiar at all with Charlie Adelson's trial or his trial testimony?
No,
There's a part on here that says, here, she laughed about how easy it was to extort, and extort is underlined. Did you underline that, or did Mrs. Adelson underline that?
I didn't underline it.
Okay. How easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with the 1/3 of $1 million. She said she fooled her baby daddy and she fooled Charlie. Sigfredo would do anything for her, and he did. All right, so again, sorry to keep asking the same question, but did Kay say any of this to you? Okay. Charlie was scared and easy to extort. What a stupid fool. He believed her that she was keeping him safe from the killers. Ha ha, what a joke. Is that the type of language that Catherine McBanoa would use?
No.
Do you know her well enough to tell this jury that she wouldn't say something like, you know, what a stupid fool, ha ha, what a joke?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk like that.
that's what Mrs. Adelson wanted you to come in and tell this jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Did she give you anything or promise you anything in exchange for reciting this script?
When I was in jail, I received packages and phone calls, and I was promised things as well.
What type of packages?
Packages are in jail just like a bunch of basically gas station food, but it's exciting when you're in jail.
Okay, and what about phone calls? What do you mean by that?
Just the phone calls are very expensive from jail, so she would let me use her phone to call my mother and other people.
Okay, and you said she promised you other things in the future. What other types of things?
$10,000, a grand piano.
What else?
She promised me cameras, but
none of that came to fruition?
No.
Okay. And what about pills? Did she mention anything to you about pills?
Yes, that if I needed pills, that I could call a doctor named, I think, Obed. I think that's his name.
Okay.
Yes.
And that person would write you some prescriptions?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would you be in need of prescription medication?
I'm a recovering drug addict.
Did she tell you that if you were to be released that you could make these phone calls, including this phone call to Dr. Obed?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you going to get these other items, like the $10,000?
The money would be through something called Zelle.
Okay, and who was going to send the money through Zelle?
Oh, Harvey.
That's her husband, Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
And how are you supposed to contact Harvey Adelson?
Through a phone app called Signal.
Okay, had you ever heard of the phone app Signal before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, one moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
For the 40 cross, please approach.
I think she said Obed, but it might have been Obad. You guys remember Deborah Obad? Does anybody remember Monica Simontilli? Deborah Obad? But I think she may have said Obed, Dr. Obed. Wow. So is this witness making this stuff up? What do you guys think? I gotta put that out as a poll. These two witnesses. I mean, how do you make up Dr. Obed or Obad? You know, you don't make that stuff up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes, sir.
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you'd been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes. You may approach. Identification purposes. Judgment and sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And PRR sentencing means that when you are commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again.
I did.
And you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions.
I just didn't go.
And you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct.
And then you meet Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Your get-out-of-jail-free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her.
We became friends, yes.
And you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember. I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zellman, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You'd go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes.
You didn't show up for probation.
Correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client.
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor. Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but I honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further?
Redirect examination.
Were you ever advised to say anything other than the truth here today?
No.
You have a lawyer that's representing you on your criminal cases, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he's working with the prosecutor on that case, not me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to get you some kind of deal, not 15 years maximum penalty, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before your most recent release, you had a five-year plea offer at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as we sit here today, do you have a plea offer?
No.
Okay, so you're waiting to get a new plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
From somebody, not me.
Correct.
Hoping that maybe it will be better than what it would otherwise be based on this information.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but you had already provided that script to us before this most recent release and this most recent violation, and now you're going to have to deal with accountability for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that script, it was suggested like, oh, you told her what to write. Did you even know any of that story to tell her?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by either party?
Potentially, Judge.
Ms. Bernhard, you remain under your subpoena. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Yes, sir.
Please call your next witness, State.
State calls Kate Butler.
Judge, I advise Ms. Kaplan.
Objection, can we approach?
You may.
Wow, so the defense is just started to talk there, and Ms. Kappelman's like, objection to him just talking. All right, so what did you guys think? How credible are those two witnesses? 53% said I'm full in, they are not liars. 24% said I have doubts. 17% said they could be lying. 4% said they are lying liars that lie. Oop. Run, they found me. All right, so I thought there was only going to be 2 more witnesses. Clearly, I misunderstood what Ms. Kappelman was saying. She said that they only had 2 more witnesses. So who is this? I missed who this next witness is. All right, I heard Kate Butler. Kate Butler. Oh, there she is. Kate Butler. Oh, she's FDLE. All right, Kate Butler's coming up. She's going to be 27.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to offer will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
You may take your seat.
Thank you.
Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone as you need to.
Did you bring your computer with you?
I did not. I brought my flash drive.
Okay. May I retrieve that from you?
I have no idea who this Kate Butler is.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Kate Butler, Katebutler.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Pensacola Regional Operations Center and the Forensic Document Examination Section.
How long have you been so employed?
16 years.
What are your duties there?
My duties consist of examining items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, and office machines, in order to determine source or authenticity of a questioned document.
What training and education do you have to perform those duties?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Chemistry from the University of Mississippi. I completed the 2-year, 2-phase training program at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Forensic Document Examination section. This training program consisted of 2 phases. The first phase was mostly reading academic texts, published articles, and research on all aspects of forensic document examination. Once I successfully completed an all-encompassing oral board and passing all the written and practical examinations, I was then allowed to move to phase 2 of training, which was supervised casework, in which I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of the certified analysts in the section. Once I successfully completed the mock trial at the end of that phase, I was then allowed to move to independent casework, which I have been doing ever since.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the area of forensic document examination?
I have.
About how many times?
Approximately 25 times.
All right. And what is forensic document examination?
Forensic document examination is a highly specialized forensic discipline in which we examine items of evidence, including handwriting, typewriting, inks, papers, or office machines, in order to determine the source or authenticity of that document. Source meaning, was it written by a particular person, printed by a particular office machine? Authenticity, is it genuine, is it counterfeit, or has it been altered in some way? When I complete my examinations of the evidence, I then write a report as to my findings and, when necessary, testify to those.
How is handwriting identifiable to a particular individual?
The best way to explain how handwriting is identifiable is to ask each of you to remember back to when you first learned to write. You typically learned in the 2nd or 3rd grade using a copybook. You learned to make repeated iterations of each of the letters of the alphabet as well as the numbers until you had the basic model of each letter and each word, lowercase and uppercase. You learned to put them on a baseline. You learned to make uppercase letters taller than lowercase letters. However, we've all deviated, as adults, we've all deviated from that original copybook style we were taught. And it's those deviations that are the individual handwriting characteristics that I examine in a question handwriting sample and then compare to a known handwriting sample to see if the same characteristics from the question are present in the known and are similar to one another.
Once you made a comparison between a known sample and a question sample, how do you report your results?
We have several levels of conclusions that we use in the field. We have on one side the identification, and this is the opinion of which the examiner has reviewed all of the material and has found that the question writing was in fact written by the known writer. And at the other side of the other end of the scale is elimination, and that's after reviewing all the material, the examiner has found that there are significant differences and that it is not the writer. Down from each of those, we have a highly probably wrote and a highly probably did not write. Then we have a probable wrote, probably did not write, indications may not have written, or indications may have written, indications may not have written, and in the middle is our neutral, could neither identify nor eliminate opinion.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 59, introduced into evidence 59A, and introduced into evidence 62.
Are you going to want Butler to open your bags?
No, sir, I don't think that would be necessary.
Go ahead.
Showing you State's Exhibit 59 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what did you do with that exhibit?
This particular exhibit I inventoried to describe the contents of it. I then digitally scanned it and then used it as the purported known writing of Donna Adelson in my handwriting comparison.
And State's Exhibit 59A, does that exhibit contain the scanned pages that you selected from 59 to use as your known sample?
Some of the pages, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we did have one additional page in there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And State's Exhibit 62, is this the question sample that you used to compare against the known sample in State's Exhibit 59?
Yes, these are the images of the question document.
Okay. Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to assist the jury in understanding your testimony here today?
I did.
May I publish?
Okay. This is only a demonstrative. You're not seeking to admit it.
It's a demonstrative. Where I put my clicker, but if you'll just tell us when to advance the slide, we'll do that.
I will.
Okay. All right, so let's start with the next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the two exhibits that you compared as we just discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, the question handwriting sample. Next slide. Okay, wait, go back one. Okay, so what does this show?
This is the third page of the 3 pages of question writing.
And do you select certain characters or words for comparison? How do you start?
I look and examine every handwriting characteristic that is available for me to examine. I notate as I examine the question and known materials, so whenever I find a particular characteristic, I may note where that particular characteristic was found within the known writing. However, I compare all of the question individual characteristics within the handwriting to the known characteristics within the known.
So you're not just picking out like, oh, she makes her S's this way. You're looking at every single character.
Every single handwritten character, yes. I examine all of it and compare it to the known writing to see if each individual characteristic is present. That is present in the question is present in the known or not, and if it's a similarity or if it is different in any way.
And all of that funnels into the totality of your conclusion?
That's correct. At the end of the complete side-by-side examination of all of the question handwriting with all of the known handwriting, I then evaluate all of the observed characteristics, and then I make a conclusion as to the authorship.
Okay, next slide, please. And let's skip to the next one. All right, tell us what we're looking at here. I'm going to look for the pointer while you're talking.
This is a demonstrative court chart. It has some of the words and letters from the question documents. Thank you so much. So I have looked through the question documents, of which there were 3 pages. I found certain words and cropped those words digitally and placed them on this chart. I did the same thing with some of the words and letters from the known writing, and I have put similar words and letters so that I can better explain how it is that I am able to, first of all, choose an individual handwriting characteristic, and then how I'm able to show that it is found within the known writing and that it is similar.
Does the next slide indicate the points of comparison on these particular characters?
Yes, the next slide has some arrows and other markings which are pointing out some of the individual characteristics that I found in my examination and showing how they are similar between the question writings and the known writings. Oh, I apparently clicked it.
I clicked it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Would you like me to describe each of the characteristics?
Yeah, thank you.
So beginning with the first word in the uppercase W of the word Y, we see the overall structure of the uppercase W has a very small tick at the bottom near the baseline where it appears that there's a little bit of an upstroke and then a very small tick and then a downstroke. That kind of makes the bottom of the W. And that particular shape of it being sort of flat on one side but pointed or angled on the other side of the W on the side that's next to the H, the right side of the W has a bit of a curve, whereas the left side does not have that curve. So I observed that similar structure in the word wall within the known writing. So you can see on the left side very flat, but on the right side a very sharp angle up to the top. And then the top ends with a bit of a tick to the right, and that's pointed out in both the red arrow, the first red arrow in the uppercase W of the word Y in the question column, as well as in the uppercase W of the word Y on the known column. In the question column in the word Y, I have also pointed out the lowercase y. The structure of it creates almost a loop. It's not entirely connected, the U of the Y and the staff of the Y, but it almost is. But that pin lift, where the stroke stops, lifts, and then comes back down onto the piece of paper, that whole structure and then the 2 separate strokes, that particular lowercase y was found in the word they, and you can see that in the known column, the second row, where you see the lowercase y, the 2 strokes, whereas a bit of a pin drag as it lifts and then forms the staff of the Y. Looking again to the question column, the word they, you can see the crossbar of the T moving up towards the lowercase h's staff and then almost forms a loop again. There's a bit of a pin lift there between the connecting strokes of that crossbar of the T and the lowercase h's staff. You can see that same characteristic with the crossbar moving into the lowercase h and almost connecting to the staff, but leaving a pin drag or a pin lift in that area. You can see that in the lowercase in the word there and the lowercase t and h combination in the known column. I have also pointed out in the question column in the word they, the lowercase e. The lowercase e was formed by starting in the middle of the letter, and instead of making a loop or an eyelet formation, which is typically how our lowercase e is made, it remains open as if just a tick mark before it begins its overarching structure back to the baseline. So that sort of open loop e was also found in the word ache, which you can see in the known column, where you can see the eyelet of the E is open and not rounded at all. It's sort of a sharp retrace of the E before it forms the circular part. Like I pointed out in the word Y in the question column, I've also pointed out the lowercase y and they in the question column. So this is a second variation of the lowercase y. So one variation of the lowercase y has a straight staff. The bottom of it goes straight. Another variation that this writer had was the lowercase y, in which those strokes, the bowl of the y and the staff, are actually connected here in a loop formation, and the bottom of the staff creates a curve at the bottom, whereas the lowercase y in the word y remains straight. So this particular natural variation, the lowercase y with a loop and a curve, this was found in the word y in the known column on the first line. Natural variations are found throughout people's writing because of our lack of machine-like precision to be able to produce writing exactly the same way every time. Natural variations occur throughout our writing. So seeing different variations of a lowercase y or any letter and seeing those same variations present in the known is additional information for me to use in my conclusion. So going to the next word in the question column, it is the word Miami. The uppercase M in Miami has an interesting structure. The staff of it has an open loop formation. So it looks like a little bit of a bubble in that staff on the left side of the M. This same formation of that uppercase M was found within the known writing, and I have it pointed out in the word me in the known column. One of the other things that I wanted to point out in the word Miami is the height difference between the lowercase I and the lowercase a. This particular writer, when writing the I-A together, tended to make the lowercase I lower than the lowercase a, whereas you can see it's sort of floating above the baseline. That particular characteristic was also found within the words Miami within the known writing, which I have pointed one out on the right side of the column in the second Miami, but it is also seen in the first version of Miami as well, just not pointed out with an arrow. The lowercase a in Miami, I'm pointing out two different characteristics with that lowercase a. I'm pointing out the structure of the lowercase a, kind of having a bit of an open top. There's a space between the top of it and the staff of it, kind of leaving a little bit of an open circle. And the structure of it being kind of having a bit of a hat to it. That particular characteristic was found in the lowercase a of the word tenants, which is about 8 lines down on the known column. One of the other characteristics I'm pointing out with the lowercase a in Miami is how the ending stroke of the a sweeps under the lowercase m in Miami next to it. And that particular characteristic, which was found in the word Miami in the question, was also found within the word Miami within the known writing. And you can see it in the first version of Miami on the 4th line in the known column. Moving on to the word and in the question column, the overall uppercase structure of the letter is formed with only one stroke. So beginning on the left side and moving up from the baseline, creating sort of a triangle, but whenever that stroke comes down to the baseline, the right side of the A, it causes a retrace that forms the crossbar of the A. So it is actually one stroke, almost like a triangle, except the bottom, instead of meeting the left staff, comes up and forms a curved crossbar of the A. And that particular letter formation was found within the known writing, also in the uppercase A. You can see in the known column on the 6th row. The spacing relationship between the lowercase n and the lowercase d is the next characteristic that I have pointed out within my demonstrative aid. So the fact that the N is sort of diving into that lowercase d is found within the word dividend. You can see at the end how at the end of the word dividend, the lowercase n is sort of piercing through the loop of the D, the bottom of the D. And that particular spacing characteristic was found within the question as well as the known. And I also wanted to point out the open loop of the D. So the bottom of the D, the bowl of the D is open. Whenever that character was created, it started at the top, went towards the baseline, then created a counterclockwise curve, but instead of coming and meeting the staff, it stayed open and just stayed at the baseline. So pointing out that particular characteristic of that open bold lowercase d can be found in the word card in the known column. The next word in the question column is the word once, the lowercase NTS, where I'm going to focus on, although there are more characteristics that I have not pointed out. The lowercase n and s are nearly touching, which is odd because whenever you're taught to learn the copybook style, you're taught to leave an even amount of spacing between each letter in a word. So the s touching the n, which is 2 letters outside of the word, was an interesting characteristic that I found in the word tenants on the 8th row on the known column. You can also see it in the word comments, though I don't have it pointed out with a red arrow, but the N and the S look like as if they are touching. The combination of the crossbar T to the lowercase s, to the formation of the lowercase s in the word once on the in the question column, that particular characteristic was found within the word comments, where you can see the lowercase t's crossbar continues out to the right and then forms a loop as it makes a counterclockwise loop around and then comes closer to the baseline and then kind of goes underneath the lowercase t to touch the lowercase n. That particular combination was found within the known writing in tenants as well as comments. The next word in the question column is the word whatever. The lowercase w in the word whatever, there's a line underneath it. That is indicating is that the left side of the W is actually lower on the baseline than the right side of the W. And that particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the known column 8 within the word once. I didn't use this laser the whole time. The lowercase w in the word once on the known column, the left side of it is much closer to the baseline than the right side. Moving on to the next characteristic, it is the spacing between the lowercase t and the lowercase e in the word whatever. The t crossbar is touching the lowercase e. That particular characteristic was found within the word after. And the formation of the V is a very blocky shaped, with the left side being lower than the right side. The bottom kind of creates more of a square rather than a curve or a V shape retrace. That particular characteristic was also found within the known writing in the word deliver. Another characteristic within the word whatever in the question column is the combination of the ER. The lowercase e, as it ends, creates the beginning stroke of the lowercase r, connecting the E and the R at the bottom. And that particular characteristic was also found within the word deliver and the word after in the known writing.
And do these examples comprise all of the characteristics that you looked at, or are these just a few examples?
These are just a few examples of some of the question characteristics that I examined and found to be similar within the known writing.
And what conclusion did you reach in reference to the question, did Donna Adelson write the script contained in State's Exhibit 62?
I identified the known writing purportedly written by Donna Adelson as to be the writer of the question handwriting.
And is that the highest level of conclusion that you reach in your reporting?
Identification is the highest level, yes, ma'am.
1 minute. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
We've never contested that our client wrote that document. No questions.
You may step down.
Move to strike the comment, Your Honor.
The comment is struck. Members of the jury, you are to consider what came from the witness stand as the evidence. You may step down.
Thank you.
Witness is released, Judge.
Have a good day. You are released. Please call your next witness.
May we have a short recess to set up for the next witness?
That's fine. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We'll resume at 3:35.
Hold on, I just want to get that last part. He said, Mr. Zellman said, we never questioned that our client wrote that document, no questions. And then Georgia, hold on a sec. And then Georgia says,
You may step down.
move to strike that comment. And then Georgia says, move to strike that comment. Move to strike that comment. Why would she strike that? I don't get that. All right, so 98 votes. How does this new evidence impact Donna's innocence or guilt? Butter her because she's toast, 85%. It's not good, but can be rehabbed, 8%. This means nothing, not guilty, 6%. All right, so let's go through. I thought there was only supposed to be two more witnesses, but clearly there's more. All right, so Dr. Jonathan Grossman, he started it all. He searched the Adelson residence November 14th. They found some camera equipment, a visa, and a day planner. Then there's a note, Wendy, this is an M11 gun and can be only sold with paperwork. So the Adelsons had an M11 gun. What the heck is an M11 gun? My Google search history is gonna, if they ever get me. Holy smokes! It's a machine pistol, submachine gun. Good Lord! You guys that know guns. Holy smokes! That is it. It can be outfitted with a silencer. So is it? It's a. So you guys that know guns, all right, this looks more like a pistol versus like a machine gun. Some images show it as a machine gun. Designed to meet and exceed rigorous, Aaron, yes, yes. Rigorous military standards, the M11A1 compact performs like no other 9mm. This firearm features the black hardcoat finish on its alloy. Not mentioned many. It's a 9mm Luger compact. Wow. Holy smokes. They weren't messing around. They got a 9. Man. All right. That's pretty serious.
The comment is struck.
All right. It's more of a. Caffeinated teacher says it's more of, okay. I better be careful how many times I say that word. All right, so Cross, you came all the way from Miami. He says yes. She says sorry about that. I mean, why? Why, Miss Fulford? Why? Just stop. Anyway, search warrant was executed at 2:30. Harvey was there. Was it a thorough search? Again, what kind of question is that? Was it a thorough search? They were looking for certain things. The canine dog was searching for electronics. Then she shows something about a light underneath the blouse. Could be electronic. We didn't see what that was. Then at one point she says, gosh, I lost my train of thought. They did not open the luggage. Okay, Patricia Bird then came in. So she spoke to Donna. So then we had Patricia Bird and Drina Bernhard. So she faces up to 15 years for felony. She was in custody with Donna for 6 to 7 months in Leon County. She was in the same pod. She slept next to Donna. They had meals together. They spoke every day, all day. She also spoke to Drina. Donna spoke about her case. She did it to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far. That's what Donna told her. She did this. She called this whole thing in because she wanted to keep her grandkids, and it wasn't supposed to go that far. So asked if she was in custody with Katie, and she said, yep, she was in with Katie for about 1 to 2 years. So Katie said her boyfriend wanted Dan deleted because he had money. And then Patricia says her husband would fix her teeth, veneers, would help buy a trailer and land. Of course, Katie never said any of this. Donna would buy food and bring it over to her bed. She did speak to law enforcement about this. She told them it wasn't true, but Donna wanted her to say that. And then Cross comes in, and he was trying to just discredit her, testified that Katie was manipulative, previously had said Donna didn't plan it, testified the state came 4 to 5 times. She's like, no, I didn't testify that. The female came once. Well, she said, if I said that, then, that's what I said versus twice. At that point, Georgia asked for a page reference, and Zellman doesn't have it, so he has to go back to his desk. Really not much there. Then redirect came in, so she slept next to her in one pod, then another pod in the same jail. Still had downtime in the pod. Spoke on a regular basis. No matter how many times you speak, didn't matter how many times you spoke with the investigators. It was on multiple occasions. So who cares if it was 6 or 7 times or 4 or 5 times? Again, not a big deal. She asked Donna if she is accused of what they're saying, and she said yes. Defense may call her again. So the defense may call Miss Bird again. Now, Drina Bernhard got up, and we found her online. If you just put in Drina Bernhard, you could search for her. A couple things came up for her. So she has 2 felonies. She is also facing 15 years. She has 27 prior convictions. She spent 4 months with Donna in the same pod. Donna called her jail daughter and sunshine. Donna painted pictures and wrote notes. So here's where these notes come in. So these notes that Donna wrote. Let's see. I hope your life will be filled with love, joy, and flowers. You deserve only the best because you are the best. So there's some. I was going to compare the handwriting, but I was going to do the handwriting comparison, but they did it already. So Donna asked Drina. She wrote her a script, right? So, how did you know who Donna Adelson was? That was the question. Answer: everyone knew her. She's been on the news. I've seen and heard about this on some TV shows, TV shows, and read it in the newspaper over the years. Question: why did you speak to her? Why did you speak to her? I knew I had information about Kay, which is Katie, from the many times I had been with her in jail. What did you tell her? Answer: I approached her, told her I had some information about Kay, and did she want to hear it? She said yes. I told her that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the deletion that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and deleted him. She asked him to give her the $1/3 million that he was going to pay. Let's see if I got the next one. That he was going to pay. So his sister could relocate with their children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother to. I can't quite read it because You should have seen his face. He turned white. He was scared. But she said she convinced him that the deletion, that a woman is paying for this. They don't know Charlie. She told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money. Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him. They don't know Charlie. They told him she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. I already read that. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000. He wouldn't have to take her out to a fancy dinner. So these are all the questions. Or these are the responses. Okay, so then K, personality traits. How easily she manipulates people to do whatever she wants. Gets all kinds of special privileges from the officers, food, magazines, newspapers. She's abusive. I was called by the state's prosecutor office because they know I spent a lot of time with her. What else? Oh, and then it's the comparing. Yeah, let me see if we have time to pull this up real quick. See if I can pull this up quickly. All right, look at the W. The W in Y, the TH of they, the M in Miami, the A in and, wants. Even the I, look at Miami, you got the downstroke, if you will, and then you've got the dot. That's off. And then you look at the Y from the known, and then the Y, so they. See the Y, see how the descender there loops over. Yeah, I mean, you guys tell me. Is that written by the same person? What do you guys think? Well, we took the poll. You guys took the poll. How does this new evidence impacts her innocence or guilt? Well, the defense did say we've never contested that our client wrote that document. So they're not contesting that. So that's not being contested. Woke says the writing is the same. It's very obvious. That's very distinctive handwriting, Widespread says, that Donna has. Yeah. They're like fingerprints. Writing is almost like, it's like a fingerprint. Everybody's handwriting is unique. I would posit. I would say. What do you guys think? I think everybody's handwriting is. I mean, there are similarities between. I mean, I guess, like my brother and I kind of sometimes look at his handwriting. I'm like, way back when I was like, oh, I can kind of see similarity, especially in numbers. But I don't know. I think, right? What do you guys think? Do you think that everybody's handwriting is unique, kind of like a fingerprint, or do you think people have similar handwriting? You think it matches, Gina says. The W's are super consistent, Abe says. Richard, yes, it's the same person. Witness is spot on. And those W's are super consistent, Abe says, yeah. Definitely looks the same, Sparkling. Alexa, yep. Snowcatish. The M is distinct, is the same person, the M, yeah. I mean, that M, come on. And the W, the Y, that jumps out at me. The M in Miami, the and, the A in the and, for sure. Sparkling says, yes, it matches. Yep, it's a match, Mallory. Let's see. I've been told if you're writing with criminal intent, it's a good idea to use your offhand. Abe says, you've been told. JRN, no, he is not. It's her handwriting, and hey, you, hey, Ellen, hey, and hey, you. Especially depending on the pen, Sparkling says. Patsy says, yes, unique. No question this is Donna's, Amy says. Handwriting is specific to the person writing it, Deb says. Woke says, I took drafting in high school and work in the civil engineering field. My handwriting is distinctive. Right? Sinbad says it's hers. You only have to match like 12 commons, Ed says. Fur Baby says, honestly, I was on the fence, but this convinced me with all the other evidence. Caffeinated teacher matches. Joanne says, some handwriting is unique, others are similar. I do believe it's Donna's handwriting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's impossible unless you study it to write like somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Because again, we're all individual, we're all unique. So there might be some similarities, but what was the one, what was that one? I think it was Maya. I don't know if you guys watched Maya Kowalski's trial with Judge Carroll. But there was that one juror, and they brought him in afterwards, and they said, oh, you know, his wife was watching, and she was, and that's where Jules came in. That's the whole Notorious. That's where she got her name, Notorious Jules. But it was the SS, right? And he wrote SS. Well, he didn't write SS, but he was writing something. Then there were two SS's in it, and the they were saying that, oh, yeah, they were trying to analyze his handwriting, and it was, I'm totally butchering that story, but anyway, that's the last time I can kind of remember. You know, I just think everybody's handwriting is unique. You know. Yeah, take care of Maya. Yep, absolutely. Oh, that's never good. That's never good. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. Hold on. I got a little sleepy baby. She just fell off of the windowsill. I don't mean to laugh. I mean, she's fine. But she, and trust me, it's only like that far. Because we have boxes, right? So the windowsill is here, and there's like a box, like literally like maybe a half a foot. And she kind of like, boop. Plus there's a curtain, so no damage done, but she's like, all sleepy. So, all right. Kitty's tired of this nonsense too, right? Who in chat is ambidextrous? I tried to be as best as I can. Not writing, but everything else. I tried to do things with both hands as best as I can. Like I eat deliberately with both hands. You know, like if I do something with one hand, I'll try to do it with the other hand. I cannot write though. I cannot write ambidextrous. I've never tried to do that, but I do try to do things with both. All right, Lily Wayne. Yeah, you know the whole thing. Yeah, because I think you wrote Kiss, right? Kiss, Kiss, the band Kiss, and it was like, and they were trying to make him out to be like some, you know, German supporter. Yeah, I don't know. It was weird. Anyway. Widespread says, I would often forge my mom's signature on my report cards because she would always forget to sign them. I didn't need to hide my grades. Caffeinated teacher, I'm ambidextrous on everything except using scissors. Here comes the judge. I can write with both hands, not extremely well, but I can. Mallory says, I write right-handed, but a sports lefty. Michael says, I'm right-handed, but use the mouse with my left hand. Right hand is for the phone and coffee. Sure Life, have you heard what restraint device she is wearing? Ankle device, waist device, or did they get motion passed? I don't know the full answer on that. I don't think she's wearing anything. We watched a lot of her motions, and there was I don't remember any motion about what she has to wear. She must have had some kind of motion. But when she gets up, I don't think she's restricted, to be quite honest. I don't know. I don't know the full answer to that. All right, let me do a quick experiment. All right. Oh, they're coming back.
Everyone can be seated. You may call your next witness. Sergeant Corbett, you remain under oath, sir. I would just remind you to testify truthfully. You may examine.
Yes, Thank you, Judge. Does your second presentation in this trial today contain text messages from Donna Adelson?
It does, yes.
And were these text messages ones that were from her phone that was seized in Miami Airport in November of 2023?
Yes, they're from a forensic examination of that phone that was taken from her person.
And does this presentation also contain messages from Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
It does, yes.
And were the amount of messages in both that iCloud and from that cell phone voluminous?
They were, yes.
Your summary that I've labeled 73B, and for the record, I'll make the summary from his first part of his presentation 73A, and this one will be 73B. Do these include some of the text relevant to the specific things I'm going to ask you about today from those voluminous records?
It does, yes.
At this time, I would move State 73B into evidence subject to the court's ruling.
Any objection?
Subject to the court's ruling, Your Honor.
73B, you said?
Yes, sir.
73B will be admitted.
And I'd also make 73A, please.
Any objection as to 73, or were those already admitted?
73 has already been admitted, so I'd just be amending the name of the exhibit.
Go ahead and then continue.
All right. Just as you did in your first testimony, did you create a PowerPoint of your summary that will go into evidence with the jury as a demonstrative here in court?
I did, yes.
And does this demonstrative contain other evidence that maybe the jury's already seen in this case, such as State's Exhibit 62?
I believe it does, yes.
All right. Permission to use a demonstrative, Judge?
You may.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit 62, this first slide, does this appear to be a question and answer session here? There's a part that says Q, followed by a question, and a part that says A, followed by the answer to the question.
That's correct.
And when a witness is on the stand in a trial like you are today, does your testimony have to be in a question and answer format?
It is, yes.
All right. If we could go to the first page of State's Exhibit 62. Looking at this first bit of information here, what does this writing say that Kay said?
It says here in the highlighted section that Kay said she told Charlie on the night of the murder.
I'm going to object. This testimony is cumulative to the other evidence that's already been admitted.
Overruled, the witness may provide context concerning the admitted evidence.
What does it say that Kay said?
She said she told Charlie on the night of the murder that some friends of hers went to Tallahassee and killed him.
Okay, and does that story sound familiar?
It does, yes.
And are you familiar with Charlie Adelson's testimony in his trial in October of 2023?
I am, yes.
Okay. The next sentence, does the next sentence say, she asked him to give her $350,000 he was going to pay so his sister could relocate with her children to Miami. He went crazy on her. He said that was going to be an offer to his brother-in-law, not to kill him. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so according to this story and to Charlie Adelson's story at his trial, no one hired these hitmen to kill Dan Markel, right?
That's correct.
They just did it in their own in hopes of getting paid.
Correct.
All right, looking at the next page, is this the bottom part of the first page combined with the top part of the second page?
It is, yes.
Okay. Looking at the next sentence, does it say, he threatened me that he was going to go to the police. I told him if he went to the police, these murderers would kill him. And if they don't get you, they'll kill your mom and dad, exclamation point. You should have seen his face, exclamation point. He turned white, exclamation point. He was scared shitless, in quotations.
Yes.
Okay, looking down at the next paragraph, does it say that she convinced him that the murderers think that a woman is paying for this? They don't know Charlie. And she told him she would tell her friends, she wouldn't tell her friends who he is. She can keep him safe. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to this, the men who killed Dan Markel are not the ones giving him the information the night of this murder. It's Catherine McBanois. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that consistent with what Charlie Adelson said in his testimony? He said that McBanois came over alone the night of the murder and told him that he was being extorted by some people she knew.
That's correct.
All right, looking down at the next section, does it say he opened his safe and gave her stacks of money? I'm sorry, can you go back up?
Yes. It does, yes. He opened his safe and gave her stacks of money.
And what does the rest of that paragraph say?
Then she told him he can pay her the rest in cash. She said he was giving her $3,000 every month. She laughed about how easy it was to extort him for the money. He wouldn't have to take her out for a fancy dinner. She could buy plenty of fancy dinners with $350,000.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Approach.
I'm not quite sure why they're going over this again. So the defense is objecting cumulative, and that was overruled. And they asked now to approach again. So we're in a sidebar. I'm not sure why they're going over this again. I would agree with them. This is cumulative. I'm not quite sure what exactly he's bringing new to the table. So they're basically just going over. They're going over Donna's notebook again, what she wrote, which we just heard. So I'm not 100% sure why. The judge did say it's not cumulative. It's new evidence, but I'm not sure why we're hearing the exact same. He's just rereading what we just heard.
Continue, Mr.
Okay. In Charlie Adelson's testimony, did he say that he paid Catherine McBanois $3,000 a month because he did not have $350,000?
That's correct.
Okay. Did he say he gave her, I think it was $138,000 that night or the next morning, and then the rest was $3,000 a month over time?
That's correct.
And was that paid, he said, from $1,000 a month in her paycheck from Adelson Institute and $2,000 in cash?
Yes.
And in his testimony, did he say that McBanois assured him that none of the money would be going to her? She was giving it all to the extorters, including the money from her paycheck?
Yes.
And did he testify that he told his mother, Donna Adelson, about the extortion in September of 2014?
Yes.
All right, can we move on to the next paragraph? I have a couple of questions about that. Okay, in this middle paragraph and in this final paragraph, is the word extort used twice?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom, haha is written out.
It is, yes.
Looking at the word, the first time we see the word extort on this page, is that underlined for emphasis?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. When did Donna Adelson first learn of the meaning of the word extortion?
Well, we know that there was a search from the web history of that forensic examination, and I can move to that now, that was in October of 23. That is reference to extortion versus blackmail.
Okay, and what date was that search made?
Again, October 16th of 2023.
Was that about a week before Charlie Adelson's trial began?
It is, yes.
That she's looking up the difference between extortion and blackmail?
Correct.
And that would be even though, according to his testimony, he and his mother had been being extorted since 2014.
Correct.
All right, after Donna Adelson's phone was seized on November 13th of 2023, were we able to extract the data through a Cellbrite report?
We were, yes.
And from the phone in her possession, was there evidence that Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about Charlie's trial and verdict as it was happening?
Yes.
What date did Charlie Adelson's opening statements begin on October 24th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be the first day of the trial when there was an opening statement and the state started calling their first witnesses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then what day did Charlie Adelson testify in his defense in that case?
November 2nd.
All right, and in this conversation between Donna Adelson and Wendy Adelson, did Donna Adelson agree that Charlie Adelson's testimony about being extorted was the truth, that he was telling the truth?
She did, yes.
Okay, can we see that exchange?
Yes.
Now, right before this exchange, did Wendy Adelson send a prayer hands emoji?
Yes.
Okay, and then what was Donna Adelson's response to that?
That we shouldn't have to pray, he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years, differs through this, and now what? Prayer hands.
And then does she clarify that she meant suffers, not differs?
Yes.
Okay, so what date was this text sent on?
Again, November 6th of 2023.
So this would have been about 4 days after Charlie Adelson's testimony.
Correct.
But before a verdict was rendered in the case.
That's correct.
It says that he's telling the truth, protected his little sister for years. Was Robert Adelson a witness in Charlie Adelson's trial? Was he called by either the state or the defense?
He was not.
Okay. So the only person that Wendy Adelson was a little sister of who testified in Charlie Adelson's trial was Charlie Adelson then?
That's correct.
And here she's saying he's telling the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that the only time that she said that Charlie Adelson's defense was the truth during that trial?
It is not.
Okay, can you show us all the messages where she's letting people know that it's the truth? Okay, so she's sending these messages to different friends or family members saying, finally, the truth is out?
That is correct. All of these messages were sent in a relatively short time frame to various friends and associates.
Okay. Were there more messages than just this?
There were.
Okay. And so she's seeing if people are watching more about it being the truth. Is that right?
Yes.
It says Dan just proved extortion. Was Dan Rashbaum Charlie Adelson's attorney at trial?
He was, yes.
Besides these things, I mean, what else did Donna Adelson say? Or did she say anything else to Wendy Adelson? Okay, thank you. Okay, here is she asking someone to watch opening because the truth is out.
That's correct.
All right. What else does Donna Adelson say to Wendy Adelson about this extortion defense?
She says that she's sorry this has been our life for so many years. It has been torture, but your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. Let's see what a jury does to him, and to the rest of us, you know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that.
What date is that? Or was that sent? What date was that sent?
November 1st of 23.
So she's saying she hasn't told Wendy about this extortion defense because Wendy's attorney didn't want her to.
Correct.
And it might affect their relationship.
Yes.
Did we look in the cell phone reports and records to see whether there was any phone evidence of Charlie Adelson being extorted by Magbanua or Garcia or Rivera?
We did, yes.
All right, looking at the day after Dan Markel's murder, which would have been July 19th of 2014, would that have been the day after Magbanua would have told Charlie Adelson he was being extorted? Per his testimony and this State 62.
Yes.
Okay. What did Charlie Adelson and Magbanua, what were they saying to each other in text messages that day, the day after this alleged extortion?
So he speaks of heading to the gym, asking her if she's taking her children to the beach. She replies that it's beautiful, probably the pool, and he encourages her to have a nice day.
Okay, so then this would have been after Magbanua left his home that morning that we saw in your first presentation and is headed south toward Rivera's. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and Charlie Adelson reaches out to Magbanua first. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's headed to the gym?
Yes.
Any mention of extortion, bad guys, money in these messages?
No.
Does it appear that there's any anger or fear in these messages?
It does not.
What about, what about in the week following the murder? What did they talk about that week?
Well, there's additional messages from the 19th, later on in the afternoon. And then, yes, we have messages from the next week.
And what were their conversations that week like? So here they're talking about the weather and how late it is in the day?
Yes.
Okay. What about the next messages? She wants him to get Jerry to call in some prescription shampoo for her?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He says sweet dreams?
Yes.
What's next? She's complaining about a headache, migraine?
Yes.
Okay. What's next? He's saying laugh out loud?
Yes.
All right. Any more after that? Here she says, have a good day, smiley face, and he says, you too?
Correct.
And is that all we have from that week?
Yes.
Did they ever discuss extortion, bad guys, money?
No.
Okay. Does it seem like pretty mundane things?
It does, yes.
All right, from 2014 to 2016, those 2 years after the murder, do Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua stay in regular contact with each other, even after they break up in the fall of 2014?
Yes.
Okay, from the messages, do they appear to have a close friendship?
I would say yes.
Can you show us some examples of that? Here is she giving him some relationship advice and saying he'd make a great dad?
Yes.
All right, and what's next? Does Charlie Adelson tell her he loves her in October of 2014?
He does.
Does he say, it makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm very lucky to have you as part of my life?
He does.
Okay, what's next? Oh, I'm sorry, can you go back? Does she respond that she will always care about him?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? And here they have an exchange. Is this in February of 2015?
It is.
And here she says, "I always know how to make you smile," and he says, "Yes, you do."
Correct.
What's next? What do they say here?
It's February 24th of 15. Good, I love you. And he replies, "I love you too."
Okay. What about later that year? Are there more friendly exchanges?
October 27th of 2015.
And she's maybe wishing him a happy birthday and thank you for helping me and I love you?
Yes.
And what does he say back?
Can't wait to get lunch with you. You're the best. I am lucky to have you as a friend for life.
Smiley face?
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, here are they kind of calling each other names. It seems like in a funny way.
Yes.
And he says, "I miss you."
Yes.
And what about the next month? Are there any messages in the next month? Okay, maybe some sort of inside joke here.
Yes.
Okay. Is she giving laughing, crying emojis?
Yes.
All right, what's next? Is this the same day?
It is.
And how does he end this exchange?
LOL, you're the best.
So laugh out loud, you're the best?
Yes.
After maintaining a close friendship for years, according to these texts, at what point did Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois no longer have any contact via phone again? Is it after the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes. I'm trying to recall exactly when that ended, but it was well into the time of the arrest, yes.
Okay. Now, in all of these messages from the records between Charlie Adelson and McBanois in those 2 years, are there any messages where they discuss being extorted?
No.
Are there any messages where they discuss Dan Markel's murder?
No.
What about McBanois knowing people who wanted to hurt his family or anything like that?
Nothing.
When Donna Adelson's phone was seized and cell-brighted, was there evidence inside that Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson had communicated for several years over WhatsApp?
Yes.
And what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is just a communication app, multi-platform. You can use it on iPhones or Androids or other devices, and it is just another platform which people can communicate, voice, text. And it is what we call an over-the-top app in that it does not go through the carrier traditional infrastructure. So it's not using their text message service, it's using the data side. So we don't see records of that, those communications in the call detail records that we get. And it offers the security of encryption, that those messages are encrypted for the security of the senders.
Sometimes people use WhatsApp because maybe they're somewhere internationally and that's the easiest way to communicate internationally.
Yes.
Do sometimes people use WhatsApp because, as you said, it's an encrypted service and maybe those messages could be harder to find as opposed to a regular text message?
Calls for speculation.
Please approve.
Okay. I could ask a different question, Judge.
Please do.
What does an encrypted message mean?
So encrypted means that the message content itself is encoded in a way that it cannot be easily read or decoded in transit. So if there was an interception or someone were to get hold of that text message because of the encryption, you're not able to actually see what's in there. And so that provides, again, for the security of those messages and traffic.
Okay, thank you. Looking at this WhatsApp thread between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, were some messages seen in 2023 that law enforcement did not previously have?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn our attention to the first one from July of 2016. Okay. Do you mind going to the next? Thank you. All right, so they're talking about some good news.
Yes.
Okay, what's next? All right, so What does Charlie Adelson say here?
He says that the information he got, no, it's in the paper from yesterday, and I spoke to Marcus this morning. He said it's not official yet, but it's looking that way after he spoke to Garcia attorney.
Okay, and when was that message sent?
July 21st of 2016.
Okay, was David Marcus, spelled with a K, was that Charlie Adelson's attorney at the time?
Yes.
So according to this text, Charlie Adelson's attorney was talking to Garcia's attorney, and he's letting his mother, Donna Adelson, know that in this message?
Yes.
Who did Marcus run into when he met with Garcia's lawyer?
Katie.
Hearsay.
I believe 73A and 73 have been admitted at this point. They're in evidence. The objections overruled.
What happened when Garcia's lawyer, Charlie Adelson's lawyer met with Garcia's lawyer? Who did they run into?
Miss Magbanua.
Okay. Now, how do we know that Kaddie is Magbanua?
That's how he had her listed in his contacts within his phone, Charlie Adelson's.
Okay, so throughout their relationship, Catherine Magbanua's phone number and all these messages are all to Kaddie in his phone. That's how he spelled Katie.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does Donna Adelson respond to this?
To the small world comment, she replies that it is, and then he goes on to discuss the meeting.
So does he say that his attorney said they said hi to each other, they shook hands, he introduced himself, and she is nice and beautiful?
Correct.
Okay, and how does Donna Adelson respond?
Like all your girlfriends.
Okay, so this is July of 2016. So is this about 2 months after Garcia was arrested for the murder of Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
Okay, and Katie's his baby mama?
Yes.
Okay. Did Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson express any anger here or four-letter words for Garcia, the man who shot Dan Markel and had been arrested for it 2 months earlier?
No.
Or for Katie, the mother of his children?
No.
All right, looking at the next month in August, show us this WhatsApp message. Now, is it between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson?
It is, yes.
Okay, can you read us the message from August 2nd here?
Charlie Adelson says, did you see in the paper where the state star witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying drugs and just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the coke dealer did it because Danny did not pay him for his drugs, just like he stiffed everyone else he did business with. This whole thing is just crazy.
So at this point in August, you said Garcia and Rivera, they had been arrested for at least 2 months, right?
Yes.
And at this point, Charlie Adelson, according to Charlie Adelson and according to him, he and his mother had been extorted for almost a year and a half as of a couple months ago.
That'd be correct.
In this message from Charlie Adelson, though, does it appear to spitball another theory of Dan Markel's murder besides the extortion, that they've supposedly been extorted for the last 2 years by the killers?
It does, yes.
And when law enforcement investigated, did the hitman actually hang out with a local cocaine dealer who the police interviewed, and he gave them information about the men he sold drugs to?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the paper?
I'm sorry?
And they're talking about the fact that was in the paper?
Yes.
Okay. And that maybe that coke dealer's the guy that killed Danny?
Yes.
Maybe Danny was buying drugs from him, stiffed him, something like that.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. What's next after this? After Donna Adelson says, I did not see that, which paper?
Charlie indicates that it was in the Tallahassee Democrat, and Donna that she has stopped reading everything.
And does she say, wow, exclamation point, I've stopped reading everything?
Yes.
Does she say, what are you talking about? You told me that they've been extorting us for 2 years.
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Is there anything about extortion in these messages?
There is not.
All right. Last thing we saw from, or at the beginning of the presentation, we saw that in Donna Adelson's phone, she said that he was telling the truth in his trial, and the truth is out. Was there another message to Wendy Adelson after she told Wendy Adelson? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is there more messages here?
There is, just the end of that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through these, and then I'll move on?
Certainly. It's just the conclusion of that the guy admitted to selling them cocaine and hanging.
This is cumulative.
Sustained is cumulative.
Okay, is this the end of the conversation that we just saw?
It is, yes.
Okay. And do these messages mention extortion?
They do not.
All right. Going back to November of 2023, did we find messages in Donna Adelson's phone from November of 2023 when the verdict was announced between Donna and Wendy?
Yes.
Okay, can we see that message? Or maybe this, okay. She says there's a verdict. This is on November 6, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was a verdict delivered, meaning read out loud by the clerk or by the judge, sometime between 5 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on that day, November 6th?
Yes.
Okay. When does Wendy send her next message?
At 5:27 p.m.
So this would have been after the verdict was rendered?
Yes.
All right. And she says, I love you very much. Call if you feel like you can. Is that right?
Yes.
And how does Donna Adelson respond? Can you read that message?
Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
And was that sent at 5:31 p.m. on November 6th?
It was, yes.
So about 15 to 20 minutes after the verdict?
Yes.
All right, so now we know the time of the verdict, sometime between 5 and 5:15 p.m. on November 6th. After the verdict, was there evidence found in Donna Adelson's phone that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson began to plan to flee the country?
Yes.
Objection,
All right.
Your Honor. It's argumentative.
Can you walk us through what was found in her phone from after the verdict?
So there is a conversation, again in WhatsApp, between Donna Adelson and a representative from Vietnam e-Visa regarding getting a visa for herself and for Harvey.
Okay, and are we going to go through the entire visa chat here today?
We are not.
Okay.
It's quite lengthy.
Are these just some excerpts from the visa chat?
They are, yes.
All right, before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at States 58, the visa chat?
I did, yes.
Okay, and are these true and accurate depictions of the chat that was found in the Cellbrite between Vietnam e-Visa and Donna Adelson?
Yes.
At this time, I move 58 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir.
States 58 is admitted.
Thank you. All right, if you could walk us through a few excerpts from this chat.
Yes, again, we can see that this is between Miss Adelson and the Vietnam visa, and the first message in this conversation starts on November 7th at 3:55 p.m.
Okay, so is that within 24 hours of the verdict?
Yes.
Can you go back to the last one? What does that first message say in this chat?
It's an automated message in the WhatsApp group, and it states that messages and calls are end-to-end encrypted. No one outside of this chat, not even WhatsApp, can read or listen to them. Tap to learn more.
And the only way we're reading them is because we were able to seize the phone and get the information off the phone.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, can we look at the first messages sent in this chat? Okay, can you read this to us?
Sure. Hi, Daisy. I'm trying to get a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
Objection. Same objection that we talked about sidebar.
Overruled. This has not been published before the jury. This is the publishing of the evidence at this time. You may continue.
I'm sorry, you left off at fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam.
I filled everything out on the online application. I filled out the visa option. I wanted the fastest I can get it, put in the applicant details with our photos approval. It's for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. Yes, that is the site we applied for online. I just do not see how to pay for this.
Okay, and what's next?
She says if I do not get there until the 12th or 13th of November, is that a problem? If I am putting down November 11th as the date to arrive.
Okay, and then do they talk a little bit about how long her visa will be for?
Yes, she indicates I would like the 90-day visa and clarifies 90-day multi-entrance.
Okay, what happens when she finds out there isn't enough time to get a 90-day visa? Because it's an emergency fast-track one.
So her reply is, if we get a 30-day visa, can I extend it while I am in Vietnam?
Okay, but then the chat says we can arrange for the 90-day.
Yes.
All right, if she were to, let's say that, and I know that they didn't get the visas till a few days later, but let's say she got the visa on November 7th and it were a 90-day visa, that visa would extend to February 7th?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the choice that they gave her, the 90 or the 30? 30 and extend?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now eventually in this chat, does she send she and Harvey Adelson's pictures?
She does, yes.
Okay, are they letting her know all the things that she'll need to provide?
Yes.
Okay, and does she say 90-day multiple entry is what I would like as fast as possible, and that next Monday, as in next Monday to receive the visas will be fine?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next? They've received her email.
Correct.
And she sends her picture. Does she send Harvey's picture as well? Okay, thank you. Now, at some point in this chat, is it getting close to her flight date and she has not yet received her visas?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the photograph, she also sends copies of their passports.
Okay, and this is the flight information as far as where they're flying into, the date of arrival, the email, and the type of e-visa it is.
That's correct.
Okay, she gives them her flight information. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now we're 5 days later, and does she say in capital letters, now it is almost 10 a.m. on Sunday. We take our flight tomorrow at 8 p.m. That is 30 hours. She's afraid that she's not going to get it in time. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, what happens next?
So the response is that we will send e-visa to you within 21 hours from now. It's fine for your flight. Please don't worry.
Okay, and does she actually end up getting her visa?
She does, yes.
Okay, can you walk us through the rest?
Yes, so this is November 13th, 5:28 a.m. She receives a visa for herself and for Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Now, was there other evidence that showed that the Adelsons did not have plans of returning home anytime soon? What was found on her phone as far as her Amazon deliveries?
So there was a message to herself, kind of as a reminder, and this was on November 8th, to stop Amazon deliveries.
Okay, and was there a note left in their apartment to sell a belonging?
Yes.
Okay. Does this indicate that this is who Wendy should call to get the paperwork so the gun can be sold if it is to be sold?
Yes, as it needs to be sold with the paperwork.
All right. What about, we've heard about Donna Adelson's planner. Was there some entries in the planner for the week after Charlie Adelson's trial that indicated they weren't planning to come home anytime soon? What's the first entry here?
So the first entry we see is sell and list jewelry, dishes, implants, comics.
Okay, and what date was that?
I'd have to go back to the top to see the date of that, which we actually don't have on the top of that.
Okay, I think we do have it in evidence. So,
okay.
What number is that? Okay, so the first entry you're pointing out here, though, I'm sorry, if you could go back to the highlight.
Oops.
And so that was to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics?
Yes.
All right. Did they have a note about packing for Vietnam? Okay. Was there also notes at the bottom about canceling disability insurance?
Yes.
2, in fact.
Yes.
Was there a note for, I'm looking in the middle of the screen here, for Wendy to tell Dan regarding Vietnam, and he must tell Charlie on his private line? Is that right?
Yes.
Would Charlie Adelson have been in custody at that time?
Yes.
And if the Adelsons were to call Charlie Adelson and tell him they're going to Vietnam, would that call be recorded and available to law enforcement?
Yes.
If Dan, Charlie's attorney, calls Charlie to tell him that information, would that call be private and law enforcement cannot listen to that?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there some more entries in this planner? Is there an entry regarding child support at the top? Okay. If they were paying child support for Charlie's child, does it show that they intended to pay, or they have a note about this child support through November 2025?
That's correct.
So they're making a note of that for the next 2 years in advance?
Correct.
Because at this point we're in November of 2023?
Yes.
All right, and then looking down, we see that note's on Saturday, November 18th. If this planner was collected by law enforcement in Miami on November 14th, would this have been like a note of a reminder to yourself in the future that you've made here on the 18th?
It could be, yes.
Okay. And is that reminder, tell Wendy, do October expenses for 3 properties and enter in computer?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you when the first entry was. We see the end of the week is Saturday, November 18th, so I think you can probably see what week we're on, but I'm going to show you what's marked as states 59A. Looking at this first entry here that we saw of selling the jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics, what day was that?
That was Thursday, November 9th.
Okay. So that would have been 2 days after the visa chat and 3 days after the verdict?
Yes.
Were there text message on Donna Adelson's phone where she is trying to communicate her plans to Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go to those messages? Here in these messages, is she letting Wendy Adelson know they need to talk to her? It's not about the case. They need business assistance. They need to help her with personal things and business stuff. Please respond to them. Please talk to them.
Yes, that they need her to help them. Yes.
Okay. What do we have next?
November 10th.
Does Donna Adelson, I'm sorry?
She provides 2 contact cards to Wendy stating that you need to have this info.
And is one of those for an attorney and one that looks to be for a property, a condo in a certain tower?
Yes.
All right. Were there other messages to friends where she's trying to convey information?
Yes.
All right. Looking at this message on November 7th, is Donna Adelson saying to her friend Annie that she can't say why, but they, the Adelsons, may need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. I know this sounds crazy, but I assure you it's not. I wish I could tell you more. Stand by. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, and then at the bottom she says Ron may have some work to do here.
Correct.
All right, what's next? Does Donna let her know that she's copying her on different emails and things? She'll explain everything. She's holding off talking to her.
Correct.
Okay. And then was there evidence in Donna Adelson's phone of why they chose Vietnam? Why Vietnam was chosen as where they were going to go?
There were searches related to extradition, which would have contained Vietnam as non-extradition.
Okay, can you show that to us? Okay, and when did she Google list of United States extradition treaties?
It would have been on November 7th.
Okay, so the day after Charlie Adelson's verdict?
Correct.
And the same day that she got she first started the chat for the emergency fast track visa?
Yes.
One second. No further questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
Okay, so, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
Okay. My client, at the time, was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
Okay. And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. May I approach with States 155?
You may.
looking at States 155, picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower?
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says, or you want me to turn it? There.
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, you can't see it there, but let's go back here. That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. Well, I'll go grab another picture then. That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
Disassemble it, but I'll show you my laptop.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in States 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we can get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take this from you. Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
Okay. Now, if someone's going out of town, would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa?
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was, at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
See, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your...
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zellman, this is the version not in evidence, but you still wish the witness to place it on the screen?
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present...
It was not in evidence. The one in evidence does not have it.
Just that?
Yep, just that. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you. review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Catherine McVanola?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie. No.
Okay. And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir, quickly. Can you put the Sun Sentinel article back up? Thank you.
Take me just a second.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the text earlier where Charlie Adelson says to Donna Adelson that, did you see the good news in the paper yesterday? Something along those lines, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Donna agreed, it is good news.
Yes.
Okay. So did we try to find some papers from the day before those messages? I think that message was on July 21st of 2016 to see if there was a local paper in Miami that maybe published some, or in Florida, that published some information about this case the day prior.
We did, yes.
Was this the closest in time article that we could find that talked about Dan Markel's murder?
It was, yes.
Okay, and was this from the Sun Sentinel?
It was.
Which is a big paper in Miami.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And in this paper, was this article published on July 16th of 2016?
Yes.
So not the day before, but I think it would be 5 days before.
That's correct.
Okay. And, but we don't know necessarily, looking at those texts, was it published or did Charlie see it in the paper the day before? Is that right? Charlie says, though, it was good news in the paper yesterday.
He does, yes.
Okay. And in this article from the Sun Sentinel, does it talk about the murder of Dan Markel and that Garcia and Rivera have been arrested?
Yes.
Okay. And what you've got highlighted in red here, does Weinstein, who was Weinstein an Adelson family friend at that point? Do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Weinstein says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial. I don't think there's going to be any more arrests. After it talks about the arrests of Garcia and Rivera. Is that right?
It does, yes.
Okay. So if Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson are referencing this paper, then they would be saying that it's good news that there's not going to be any more arrests. Is that right?
Yes,
And is that the reason that it was of interest to us?
it was, yes.
Okay. But ultimately, it isn't the day before, right?
It is not.
Okay. All right. Looking at, defense asked you about, I think ultimately you said, from the totality of the evidence in this case, not just one thing or not just one other thing, but a totality of the evidence, it looked as though the Adelsons were planning to have a lengthy time away.
That's correct.
And quick, right? I mean, wasn't Donna Adelson asking for an emergency fast-track visa?
Yes, there was urgency in all the communications and getting things done, getting the visa. There seemed to be a sense of urgency to that.
And did Donna Adelson specifically look for non-extradition countries in her phone before?
Objection asked and answered.
The rule does the ask and answer, but we have covered the subject, Ms. Dugan.
Okay. And was Vietnam the country she chose?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You may step down, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
Will he be recalled during the trial? You remain under your subpoena. Please do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Thank you, sir.
Your wife says those are the holiday dishes.
They are.
I am curious about these plates, but I have things to do.
I have to ask that.
They're in very nice protective cases.
Judge, one matter, State's Exhibit 72, the state thought it was admitted this is the Superior GPS for certification. The clerk does not show that item admitted. Could we admit that? Could we admit that item at this time, Your Honor?
Is there an objection to State 72?
No, Your Honor, we thought they had admitted it as well.
State 72 is admitted at this time.
Judge, with that, the state rests.
Very well. Members of the jury, we are going to take our break in the trial at this point for the weekend. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. You are also not to seek out any outside information or news reporting on this matter as well. We will resume with the trial on Tuesday morning after the Labor Day holiday. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started by 8:45 on Tuesday. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I think football is back. You have something to watch that does not concern this trial. Have a good weekend. 8:30 on Tuesday.
Tuesday, not Monday.
Nobody will be here on Monday. Everyone can be seated. Defense have any motions to raise at this point of the trial?
Your Honor, I thought, my understanding was that we were going to do that Tuesday morning.
Well, that's if the state had rested its case as of Tuesday morning.
I would request to reserve until Tuesday morning so that I can organize my thoughts.
Very well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All mid-trial motions will need to be addressed on Tuesday morning before we get started with the jurors. With the state having rested its case at this point, the defense needs to make all necessary arrangements for the defense case in chief and all witnesses that will be called. Concerning the defense case in chief, how many days do you think it will take starting Tuesday morning?
Can we let you know Tuesday morning, Your Honor?
I believe you know who you intend to call, but we can discuss it Tuesday morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does either party have anything to raise before we go to the break for the weekend?
Thanks for the state.
Not this time, Your Honor.
Have a good weekend, everyone. Please report by 8:30 as well on Tuesday. If the gallery can remain in the courtroom for right now.
state rests. We kind of knew that. I thought she was going to rest well before that. She said she had 2 witnesses, and then she pulled 2 more. And then, of course, recall of Sergeant Corbett. So when at lunchtime, she said she had 2 more witnesses, but then she called a couple more. So I was fully expecting them to rest today. She was kind of intimating that she was going to. So, all right, but the gallery is staying put. I guess that's it. All right, let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick poll while we have you guys. Let's do a quick poll. Did the state meet their burden? And is Donna guilty or not guilty? So did the state meet their burden? Yes. All right. All right, you guys, new poll. New poll. Before you guys leave, we got 228 of you watching. Before you leave, take a moment, answer our poll. Last poll for the evening. Last poll for the evening. And then you guys can be free to go have a long weekend. We're not on. We're going to be off on Monday, you guys. So let's go through what we heard. While I do a recap, take a moment and answer the poll. So, I also have the Adelson Institute. Gigi, thank you, Gigi. Thank you so much for allowing us to play this. All right, let me pull this up. Okay. So Gigi was gracious enough to allow us to play this. So let's play it. We love Gigi. Gigi is the best. If you guys don't know Gigi, definitely go check her out. Pretty Lies and Alibis is Gigi. She's been on a show before. The Zachary Hughes, she came on. All right, so this is the Adelson Institute commercial. So I'm going to blow this up over myself. So come check this out.
What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation. What I enjoy most about our practice is restoring a person's smile. That often changes their personality and gives them a more positive outlook on life. Our practice uses the most modern dental technology, from rotary endodontics, computer-generated ceramic restorations, digital radiographs, intraoral photography, and of course, we use nitrous oxide and oral sedation for the highest level of patient comfort and relaxation.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and co-partner with my father, Dr. Harvey Adelson, who's a cosmetic dentist. What I love about what I do is being able to restore people's smiles and change the way they chew, change the way they live, and change their self-esteem and how they think about themselves on a daily basis. When a patient comes to my office, they're being treated like family, and it's also being a team approach where the hygienist, the cosmetic dentist, and the periodontist are all working together to give them the optimal result.
My name is Jennifer Catchill. I've been coming here for about 10 years. My experiences have been very positive. The staff is very professional. I came here 10 years ago to get my veneers put on, and I have been absolutely thrilled with the results. And I can't say how wonderful and professional the staff has just been. They've been really, really caring and just amazing. I would definitely recommend this place to others. I have actually recommended for people to come here. My husband has come here as well.
My name is Clint Stevenson. I've been coming to Dr. Adelson's office for about 5.5 years now. They've been phenomenal. I'm never a big fan of the dentist, but ever since I got introduced to this office, great staff, very friendly, and I always feel like I'm taken care of well. Very professional. Every time I come here, I feel like I get the foremost from their attention from the staff, and Dr. Adelson is himself as well. So it's a great experience every time I come, and I look forward to it as well. I highly recommend them.
So there you go. Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis gave us that. So it's on other channels, I guess, but I know I feel comfortable to ask Gigi, and she replied. So very, very thankful that Gigi said okay. And if you guys are not familiar with Gigi and Pretty Lies and Alibis, she's with Law and Crime often. We connected with her on the Zachary Hughes trial. She was there, and she came on a show and she talked about her experience there. So if you guys want to check that out, that's on our playlist. So if you guys don't know Pretty Lies and Alibis, she's like, "What's up, Alibiers?" So Gigi's great. Go over and sub. She's a great person. All right, let me go through my recap here. Let's get this up. Our cast of characters here. Now, you guys that are new to this trial, you guys are now starting to see how convoluted and how confusing this trial really is, until you kind of start to break it down and you see the players and who did what. So I hope this graphic helps you guys understand, and I hope now that you've been with us through 6 days. We've gone through 6 days now, 27 witnesses. So, all right, so Mr. Corbett comes back. He was a recall witness. We heard from Patricia Bird and Drina Bernhard, who were they were at the jailhouse. I don't know if they were jailhouse snitches. I guess you could call them that. But basically, Donna told them everything. And we also heard from Kate Butler. She was the handwriting expert and totally pinned out, I mean, now that's new to me. That obviously was new. That happened after Charlie's trial. So that was new after Catherine's trial. So that's some new evidence on Donna. So before all this trial started, it was Donna's, calling for the emergency visa from Vietnam, the text messages and voicemails back and forth to Charlie, talking in code, the bump, who does she call first? She calls Charlie. She mentions, information that only they would know. And then the new stuff, the new evidence is Rob said, Mom said that somebody came up to the day after, he says, Mom said somebody came up to Dan, knocked on his door and said, "Are you Dan Markel?" and then shot him. That didn't happen. So, why would Donna be saying that? And then now the script of, writing to these people in the jailhouse saying, or the jail saying, you have to say this for me if you testify. Just not very good. Not very good for Donna right now, in my opinion. So, take a moment to answer the question before you guys take off. Did the state meet their burden, and is Donna guilty or not guilty? All right. So, Mr. Corbett, he did an extraction from Donna's cell phone after she was arrested, and he goes through that. Some highlights were, a week before Charlie's trial began, Donna and Wendy were talking about Charlie's trial as it was happening. I took some screenshots of that. So that's the one. Okay, so that's August 2nd of 2016. Did you see in the paper where the state star witness, this is Charlie talking to Donna. Did you see in the paper where the star state witness that rented the hotel room is a convicted cocaine dealer? Maybe those guns were just up in Tallahassee. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe those guys were just up in Tallahassee buying DR. Yeah, I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. And just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe the dealer did it because Danny did not pay for it, just like he stiffed everybody else he did business with. Man, they were just trashing Dan left and right. This whole thing is just crazy. Donna says, I did not see which paper. What was the other? Let's see, I took another screenshot. Okay, so this was from, let me continue on down here. So they get into the text between Charlie and Catherine, July 19th, right? So Charlie's going on and on during his trial. Oh, I was extorted. These guys extorted me. These Latin kings extorted me. All this, that's what he hung his defense on. And July 19th, he's texting Katie. No talk about extortion. October 27th, October 6th, November 3rd, December 9th. No talk about extortion. There's no text about Dan's deletion or being extorted or people hurting the Adelsons. Let's see. Then we get into text between Charlie and Donna. Marcus spoke to Garcia's attorney. By the way, he runs straight into Katie. What a small world. So Marcus is Charlie's attorney. So Sigfredo had been arrested 2 months later. No, they're not expressing anger. They're not saying, oh, that guy, he's the one that shot Danny. I can't believe it. I hope they get him. I hope they get the death penalty. No, nothing. They just say, wow, what a small world that they ran into Katie. Right? Let's see. After the verdict, Wendy texts Donna. Then, let's see. Donna says, I'm so sorry this has been our life for so many years. It's been torture. But your lawyer didn't want you to know what happened. I think if you did, our relationship and your with Charlie would have been much different. I hope he knew what he was doing. Your testimony was crucial. This is after she testified. Let's see what a jury does to him and the rest of the world. But I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that. So she's saying she knows she'll be next. Let's see what else. Did I take any other screenshots? There was something about Charlie was going to protect her. I guess I didn't get that screenshot. There was a text that Donna said, Charlie's been protecting you this whole time. So I didn't get a screenshot of that. So they wanted to get out as fast as they could. A 90-day visa, multiple entry. Sure, it was multiple entry, so they could have come back. But what innocent person wants to get out of Dodge that quickly, Then there's talk about selling jewelry, selling dishes, implants, dental implants, comic books. And then Cross comes up. Oh, and then there's the Google searches for extradition treaties, and then Vietnam searches for Ho Chi Minh City. Then Cross comes up, and Mr. Zellman gives a big sigh, and of course he says, just a moment. Do you believe my client at 70 years old had a comic book collection? I'm not sure. I mean, what kind of question is that? That made no sense. I have to clarify there are dishes in my spare closet too. That got a big laugh out of the gallery. It's not unusual to stop Amazon deliveries if you're going out of town. Sure. No evidence that Donna moved assets overseas. Sure. No big deal there. Then they come back to the Sun Sentinel, and I posted in chat, Sun Sentinel is the fourth largest newspaper in Florida. It services basically West Palm down to Miami. So the whole, basically Southeast Florida, that Sun Sentinel services all of Southeast Florida. Let's see. Talk about Sigfredo and Luis getting arrested. Oh, the paper. The text. Did you see the good news in the paper? That was Luis and Sigfredo getting arrested. So Weinstein, who is a lawyer, says it's going to be a speedy trial and doesn't think there will be any more arrests. So totality of the evidence looked as though the Adelsons were planning a lengthy time away and quickly did that. He may be recalled. And then finally, no motions. The defense needs more time. They thought they were going to start on Tuesday. So any mid-trial motions, which of course is going to be judgment for acquittal, that's going to happen. The state didn't meet their burden. That's going to be the first words out of Mr. Zellman's mouth on Tuesday morning is going to be judgment of acquittal. The state didn't meet their burden, all that good stuff. So don't be surprised. Do not be surprised. Matter of fact, I will bet money on that. I'm not a betting person, but I would bet money on that. All right, let's see. What are you guys talking about? Let's get to some of your comments and questions. Brat says, I noticed that he asked whether there was any evidence his client moved funds overseas. Made me wonder whether there's evidence that Harvey moved funds overseas. Yeah, good point. He always said his client, Brat. He never said. Well, yeah, he always went back to his client. Drunky the Bear, going to miss you all this weekend. Thank you, Squeegee, Trial TV Live, and Mods. See you on Tuesday. Thank you, Drunky. Appreciate you being with us. Wokus joke, yeah, we watched that Pee Wee Herman documentary. He collected everything. That was a really good documentary. If you guys even remotely like Pee Wee or have any inclination of anything of what he is about, definitely watch it. That was a really good documentary. Aaron and I watched that like maybe a month ago now. I feel like we watched that a while ago, and it's really good. It's definitely worth watching. If you have any inkling of Pee Wee at all, check it out. Sinbad, they sold the Adelson Institute. Green Eye Cat, I will look out for the cooking video. I'm going to film it. I'm going to record it. I don't think I'll get a chance to actually release it because not only do I have to record it, but then I have to edit it down, do a voiceover, write a script and all that stuff. That takes a couple hours. So I will film it. I'll record it. I don't know if I'll be able to release it. I do have one that I have to find another one that I did. I think I did a fourth one. I'll double check. So if I did, then I'll try and carve out some time to release that. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a recipe from Psychosaurus Rex sent two cookbooks, and I'm going to do one from there. So thank you, Psychosaurus Rex, for that. All right, Sally. Let's see. Bet they were going to try to change their names in Vietnam and then return under new names. Possibility. Oh, sweet Vampy, you have to go to your great aunt's funeral. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. That stinks. Well, sorry to hear that. It's always, I don't do funerals. I've been to too many as a kid, and I don't do funerals anymore. Sure Life, if Sigfredo got such a sweet deal, how come he isn't testifying and rolling all over everyone else? Did he though? Sigfredo's found guilty. Sigfredo went to trial and he was found guilty. Did he get a sweet deal? Charlie Adelson's jail calls, it's over 4+ hours. We did a couple of them, Abe. We did a deep dive on It's All About Charlie. If you want to go check that out, we played a lot of, we did a day of his while they were doing jury selection. We did a day of his jail calls. Ellen, no questions. Great recap. Aw, thank you, Ellen. Appreciate that. All right, let's see. Sunday for Joe Schmo. Yes, we are going to be on. Now it looks like I'm going to be on sometime between 4 and 5. 4 and 5 on Sunday. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll get a finalized, but we'll be watching. We'll be there. We'll be chatting. But somewhere between 4 and 5 for Joe Schmo on Sunday, you guys. So yeah, please join me there. Joe Schmo is going to be celebrating his year anniversary, and I'll be on sometime between 4 and 5. He's going to have a lot of people on. I'm not sure everybody, but if you guys follow Joe, he's going to have a lot of folks on. So I guess 4 o'clock. We're going to be 4 o'clock for Joe. All right. Oh, check messages on X. Okay, I guess 4 o'clock. We'll be 4 o'clock on Joe Schmo on Sunday. Paul Rubin, yes. Well, he was found pleasuring himself at a theater. So he was at a theater down here in Florida, and he was found like he was pleasuring himself. So does that make him a pervert? That's up to you to decide. But Paul Rubin, yep. Let's see. Let me see. He talks about that. It's his last interview before he dies. He definitely talks about it. Let's see, Joe. I have you slotted for 4 p.m. if that's okay. All right. Yep. 4 o'clock. We're gonna be on. We're gonna be on at 4 o'clock on Sunday, you guys. So 4 o'clock Sunday. I'll just drop that here. 4 o'clock Sunday. 4 Eastern. Sunday on Joe Schmo. 4 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you. So 4 o'clock Eastern Sunday. Join us. That's the 31st for Joe's year anniversary. So we'll be there chatting beforehand, but we will be on. I will be on with Joe. So let's see what else. Anything else before we let you guys go? It was not. It was. He was at an adult movie. I don't want to get into PV. You guys go check it out. You guys make up your own decision. He was in an adult theater. You guys make your own decision. We won't get into Pee Wee here. Alice, thank you. Another great week. Ditto to Aaron as well. Love to you guys. Thank you, Alice. Appreciate that. And here's Gigi. If you guys don't know Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi is fantastic. You guys will definitely love her. She loves music, and we talked music when she was on our show. When she came on the channel, we talked about music, and we talked about the Zach Hughes case. So Gigi is great. We love Gigi. All right. All right, what else? Janet, I have only been able to pop in here and there, and we'll catch up this weekend. Wishing Squeegee and everyone a great weekend. Thank you, Janet. Hey, if you're not doing anything on Sunday, 4 o'clock Eastern, come join us on Joe Schmo's stream. Yay for Sunday! I love when we get to hang on a weekend. Yep, and there's Joe. He met Gigi at Lori's trial. She's awesome. Joe, I emailed her during that trial to see if she could come on when we were doing our recaps, and I did not hear from her. So that would have been fun. Because if you guys don't know, if you're new to our channel and to Joe's channel, Joe was at Lori's 2 trials, Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreau's trial, and he was, boots on the ground in the courtroom. So Joe was doing his recaps, and then every day we were doing recaps together. And Joe met a ton of people there. Nate Eaton, of course. Gigi was there. So maybe we can talk about that, Joe, on Sunday. So anybody that's new to our channel, new to Joe's channel, I asked Gigi if she could come on with one of those recaps. That would have been really cool. I think that would have been really fun to have both Joe and Gigi on at the same time. So yeah, come join us Sunday at 4. We'll be there, before I'll be, in chat talking. Joe, what time does it start? Joe, what time does your show start? Grampy, this is for you. And Joe, tell us what time your show starts. There's Super Ball over there. It's hard to see her. Let's see. She's hard to see her, but we got little munchkins over here. Got little guys back there. Everybody's chilling. Got a little kitty over there. Got all kinds of little kittens. Let's see. Mike loves Nate. Wait. Let me see this. There you go. Yep, loves Nate. Yeah, Nate's great. I love Nate too. Hey, a lot of people feel if it wasn't for Nate, where would Lori be, right? Where would Lori be if it wasn't for Nate? Nate did a lot for Lori to get her, where she is. All right, I'm going to kill the wrong word. I'm going to end the poll because I'm going to be signing off here. Janet, yes, the kitties are getting very big. They are growing so much. I mean, it's cliche to say they're growing every day because of course they're growing. But yeah, 124 votes. Let's see where you guys came in. All right, 124 votes. Did the state meet their burden, and is Donna guilty or not guilty? 94% said yes, way guilty. 5% said I'm too tired from eating pizza, and 0% said no way, she's not guilty by a mile. So that's where our chat stands. So, all right, you guys. I think I'm going to Sunday is Eastern. Yes, Ann. Yep, Sunday is Eastern. 4 o'clock Eastern. Joe, what time do you start? Did you tell us yet? There we go. First guest at 2:30. You'll probably start the show at 2. Awesome. All right, so you guys, we'll be in chat at 2 o'clock, and we'll be on the show at 4. So I'm looking forward to being on the show. I'm very honored and humbled that Joe asked for us to be on. So first of all, thank you, Joe, for asking us and thinking about us. And we will be there to support you, of course. And chat, I hope you guys join us over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Joe offers some great content. He's a all-around great guy, and we're really happy that we have connected and met him. And he's a friend of our channel. We're a friend of his channel, and that's kind of what makes YouTube really cool, is that you can connect with people and just have great conversations and relationships with them. So looking forward to talking with Joe. And that's about it, you guys. As always, thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Make sure you guys go out and you do something positive for yourself and for the world. Go walk in the grass. Go walk on a beach. Go look up at the stars. Listen to some great music. Play some music if you're so inclined. Sing in the shower. Dance like nobody's looking. Do all those good things to make yourself feel good about living in a world that sometimes is kind of ugly. It's not the best world sometimes, but we have to make it. We make it what we make it. We have to make it better. So with that, I will say have a wonderful evening, and we will see you Sunday on Joe Schmo Show, 4 o'clock Eastern. And then you heard Judge. We're off on Monday. Tuesday, they start at 8:30 report, 8:45 we start. So we'll start streaming Monday at 8:30. All right, you guys, we'll see you on Sunday. Have a good one. Bye.